Alright, it's 1:50. Gotta be punctual here and just start. What is up, people? What is up? Hold up. One sec. So, we're on day, I don't even know what, of this ongoing content drought. Hold up. There we go. We're on day, I don't even know what, of this fucking stupid ass fucking content drought. Nothing's going on. It is, there's thunder and lightning outside. So if you hear that, there's no way I can stop that or turn that off. I'd love that ability. I'm sure you're gonna say professional streamer every time you hear it, as if that is my fault, but just bear with me there. So not a whole lot is happening, except me getting acne again. Aiden, real question, do you have the same double doors and handles as your random California apartment? No one has double doors anymore. Suspicious? I don't have double... Oh, this is not the door to my room. That's my closet. That's my closet. No, this is actually the front door to my house. Right here, actually. Oh, and there's also a plane going overhead, to make it a bit louder for us here. Okay, so to get us started, for those it's thunder and lightning today in New York, which is funny because this is the day the smoke is actually not here anymore. And it's like, okay, well now you'd normally be able to see the sun, but it's thundering and lightning. So how about tomorrow? Well, the smoke's coming back tonight. The smoke is blowing back over here tonight. So anyone on the East Coast who's been experiencing that lovely smoke from the Canadian wildfires, well, it's coming back. So it you know, I joke. I say Canada needs to handle their shit, right? As a joke that it's on purpose, it's their fault, you know. But apparently that's actually the rhetoric from the conservatives. I've seen some more fringe tweets, to be fair, that have argued that it's on purpose, but those that have not are just whining. And for those of you that don't remember, I certainly remember because I was a direct living witness to it. Okay, they'll be interviewing me about this when I'm elderly. The last living witness of the Palisades fires. Well, people were sending in aid, and one of the countries that sent in firefighters and helped us out was Canada. So when we have fires, Canada will step up, send us people, help us out, even when we've elected a president that talks about invading them. You know, no issue. But then they deal with a fire, and we just whine about how it affects us, and then wonder why there's so much anti-American sentiment in the world. Because you behave like this. Detroit and Chicago had worse air quality than New Delhi on Thursday. Yeah, I read that. Yeah. Also, to the person that reached out, I saw your message to the person that asked me if I wanted to be in a documentary. You know, I get those requests every day, so I'm gonna have to turn you down for now. My agent says my schedule's booked. So what is going on with this LibCon shit, and why are people linking this to me? Let's take a look. They gave me a timestamp of a Stardust stream. So let us take a look at this. Hold on. I realize maybe I work better on this side when I'm at home. But let's take a look at this.
Great. Men? Women. Okay, boom on. Who got the instruction?
Oh, you right. The whole city's under fucking construction. I don't know why. I feel
Why
like
did I get linked this timestamp? Is something supposed to be going on? That's bad. That's more like it.
DC's literally always under construction for no fucking reason. Like, what are they even doing that they have to be doing this in the middle?
It's a city. It's a major city. I'd love to find a major city that doesn't have a bunch of construction. Or in the U.S. Thank you for the gold coin, Brett. First tip of the stream, much appreciated. We also got sent this timestamp. It's not even a timestamp. It's the whole fucking thing. I'm gonna watch this whole. I'm gonna watch a 3-hour Stardust stream. That's somebody said. You know what Aiden needs? You know what Aiden needs in his life? A 3-hour fucking Stardust stream. There is a new Destiny Orbiter. Is it her? Is she the new Orbiter? Well, not her. Whoever this is?
Because a lot of fires are. Yeah, I mean.
This individual, great internet, by the way.
That's so strange.
Of course.
No, I see. You look. I guess maybe it happens. I don't know.
Okay. Crazy stuff. Is that not?
Yes.
Wick kills a buzz. Anyone see Contra? I did not.
Okay, I thought that was somebody else for a second. Well, I guess that's that, right? Borat voice. My wife. What am I supposed to be commenting on here? Who is this person? Am I supposed to be saying? Is there supposed to be something notable I'm supposed to be talking about right now? Aiden's sexy tutor. Good one. Where's Wick? I'd expect to see Wick somewhere here in the replies. Being like, looking great, ladies. Fucking face pressed up against the glass. Okay, well, Wick at LibCon talking about J-Stock and the Snarkers. Is that Benny Blanco got a perm? I love how you can only hear this out of one ear.
Audio guy's
and guess what? Wick's not
gonna
paying
become a
you.
snarker. He's not. He's gonna become a snarker. He's gonna be in Jew Stalker's Discord right after this. Okay. Jay Stalk is going to be interviewing him about how DGG betrayed and doxed at live LibCon. Okay. Last Bastion for $5. This is either going to be the dumbest thing.
And like they're always talking about Jay Stock or Doobie. It's like they're on the 24/7 grind, man. Speaking of Jay Stock, we got this and the fires. Somebody sent this to me. Let's take a quick look. From Aiden. I sent this in his server earlier. Yeah, here it is. Can we get this on Destiny's desk? Somebody look see, but this is really, I know it's a J-Stock meme, but this is like a metaphor for Canada right now. They're just like sitting, it's every summer now. The Canada's decided we're revoking your sun privileges. And every summer they decide to fucking fart on us the whole summer. And this is literally this, and they laugh about it. They're laughing about it too. They're laughing. I have no color on my face anymore because I've been inside so many days because of this chemical weapon attack from our neighbors up north. We are getting fucked by climate change? Nope, not real. Fake news, Owlish is the one who started it. I don't know where she Owlish is not starting anything, including her workday on time, apparently. So, you know, I find that very hard to believe. Well, and before anyone complains that the topics are coal, the drought is so bad, I actually did something before stream. I actually went and looked for topics before stream, which I know is a first for me. I really put a lot of work in. It literally nothing is happening. Nothing. Okay. She ran the stream or some shit? Who? Who are we talking about? Cherry? Okay. So Toastify, prominent YouTuber, very well known in the space, came out with a community post the other night, which I got sent. So let's take a look. I had some coal-ass convo of food shops in the melting pot. She just evaded all day. Why don't you send screenshots? I'll cover it. Okay, so Toastify puts this out. He says, how does it feel? It must be difficult for you and your fans. Put the L in the bat. Did something happen? It's just a content drought. Hey, so a few people are saying the pumpkin video came from a transphobic angle. And after re-reviewing it, I think it's worth clarifying a bunch of stuff. My intention was saying stuff like, or rather her, was to frame the story in the historical present. It was also easier, since most people don't really know what AFAB/AMAB means. This also kind of applies to the mentions of a 16-year-old girl in the following section, since it's referring to the claims Pumpkin originally made. I thought I committed hard to refer to Pumpkin as he or they, which you can see throughout the video. Okay, let's just watch this fucking video. Well, so dry, there's nothing else happening. Why can't you gift subs? Because YouTube is determined I'm not allowed to have gifts. But if you have another way, you want to support the channel monetarily, there's the super chats option. Great way to help us out. You could send me a unique message and I'll read it out. Let us take a look at this video. This is 7 days old.
In today's world, it's easier than ever for artists to become popular online. By chasing a few trends with your best work, you too could have thousands of followers. But with that position comes decisions.
Toasty, your new editor needs to learn how to ease the keyframes, okay? I can tell he's not doing it.
Your ability is usually the
Listen, it's such a little amount of effort, it makes it look so much better.
only thing that limits your creativity. And at the end of the day, it's important you determine how you present yourself online. Because if you don't, the audience may very well do it for you. In early 2024, Pumpkin the Gentleman was one of those—
True, like my audience has decided to tell everyone that I'm hosting a fuck a fan event that is not happening. Regardless of what I say, it's become canon now because they've decided for me.
Artists. His simplistic doodles and webcomics blew up first on TikTok, then later on Twitter. However, both audiences started suspecting the very person they were following. Pumpkin played in two lanes: vent posts and corny thirst traps. But when questions arose about who exactly was seeing his content, the former clashed with the latter, and this suspicion soon snowballed into intense scrutinization. During summer of that year, it was hard to find a more hated artist on the Twitter timeline. So over a year after Pumpkin's strange disappearance, maybe it's worth taking a look back at his career. What did he really do, and what even happened to him?
Let's figure it out. That's a good question.
Despite the skewed view we would later see of Pumpkin's life, we can make a decent profile from the comics. This 18-year-old
bisexual cis guy, POC, artist/animator, Japanese American. Nani? Again, just gonna be posting random ass content. Enjoy.
Bisexual artist, born to a Japanese mother and an African American father, claims to hate
Wait, what is... Wait, what? Wait, what's in the... what's in the blurred part?
Both of them. In a run of tweets, Pumpkin recalled that his mother wanted that coveted green card.
Mom needed a green card, dad had an Asian fetish. Should have aired in a 90-Day Fiancé episode. Why would you tell us this?
Whilst his dad was really into Asians and holding down other affairs at the time.
Chloravella can relate.
One thing led to another, and out popped Pumpkin in Japan. Pumpkin claimed to spend most of his life growing up in the Japanese countryside, before moving to America.
Let me guess, that's a lie.
In his late teens. Along the way was a bleak childhood, which I'm not really going to get into. Whilst holding a couple jobs down, Pumpkin made what would be the...
Everybody who's like part something just likes to like I knew this kid that went to he had one Danish parent and he had visited Denmark a few times and he was like, yeah, I lived in Denmark for a few weeks. I'm Danish. Every single time he could bring up that he was Danish, he just made sure to emphasize it. And it's like, you're not even that Danish. Like, sure, you're half Danish ethnically, but everybody comes from somewhere. And if we're in America, you know, most of us, unless you're indigenous, aren't from here. Shut the fuck up. You're not special.
Pumpkin the Gentleman account on TikTok in February 2023. However, the actual origins of it are disputed, for reasons that will become
Al can relate to that point as well.
Obvious much later. Within a few months, Pumpkin the Gentleman started to get pretty far on TikTok. He would regularly post rant videos about the current topic online, and he would also make flirty videos painting the character and himself as the smooth, horny romancer. The ancient...
Is there a non-sexual, like, online art community out there? Where, like, things like shipping and, like, Rule 34, like, it's not happening? I feel like all of these communities are, like, very overtly sexual. It's almost like it's a requirement when you get your drawing tablet that ends up breaking that you have to beg for money on Twitter for.
Text would probably refer to this as a Tumblr sexy man. There was a part of Pumpkin's character that hit quite well with the audience.
So, Aiden, did you cry when Soul Skibbity put his finger up your ass? Okay, so I was just talking about Rule 34 communities. I guess the commentary community might be one of those as well, because we now have somebody writing a gay fan fiction. I did not, because that didn't occur. But, you know, I understand maybe having a parasocial connection to a streamer that you watch, and sort of channeling some of your fantasies through them. And I think you should maybe, although I can appreciate you liking my channel, I think that there's a healthier avenue to address and deal with that.
He was talking to. Maybe it was the principles he stood for. Maybe it was...
How do you feel about Kiwi Fards shutting down? I saw you tweet about that and at me in it for some reason.
The down-to-earth nature of his relatable comics. Or maybe it was because they thirsted over his character. Either way, Pumpkin built himself a decent audience on TikTok. By late October, he had reached over 250,000.
Is that what happened? If you saw a video of it, it wasn't filmed, so that's probably another non-consensual sexual video that you were caught jerking off to, as opposed to about me, but you seem to know many details about this.
Followers. The real big news was that Pumpkin was now expanding beyond just short video platforms. In around late 2023, he would become more active on Twitter and build a viewer base there. And in early 2024, that ride would lead to his most successful period yet. Post after post after post popped off and got tens of thousands of likes. Sometimes it was a funny response to trolls, other times it was these dramatic and emotional webcomics. From around February to April, guaranteed one of Pumpkin's tweets would be over everyone's timeline every week. And for an artist like Pumpkin, this was a perfect path. Twitter is one of the most favored platforms for artists, and he seemed to...
It's so bleak.
...gain their favor.
It's so fucking bleak.
Sometimes his posts were just defending...
Can one of you do something? Why don't we make the drama? Okay, somebody go do something.
...the furry community, other times just favorite ships and drawings. Simple was where Pumpkin...
What the fuck?
...succeeded. After all, almost everyone can agree that consent is good, but any advice beyond that, not really a guy. Not only was Pumpkin the Gentleman a popular artist, he interacted with his audience directly, behavior that carried back to his TikTok. On Twitter, Pumpkin would become someone to listen to for his audience. If you had relationship troubles, he'd hear you out and tell you what to do. And as said before, the flirty Pumpkin Tumblr sexy man became a figure of adoration for some online. Yet Pumpkin hadn't left TikTok behind, and his surge of popularity on Twitter brought back some previously buried skeletons that the new audience wasn't aware of. Back in July of 2023, one TikTok trend going around was videos of the Russian Terminator, a hunky instructor from the Russian army. His build attracted the adoration.
New Bricks vids released about Tornado. Everybody, stop what you're doing. Bricks and minifigs! Bricks and minifigs!
Of plenty of women and men, as Pumpkin posted some fan art of him. However, this was quickly backpedaled after other users informed him that the instructor in the Russian army...
You built your channel on KF... What? What is the last KF thing that I've covered?
Surprise, does actually support the current war that Russia is waging. Within 48 hours, the post was gone, and Pumpkin put up a pretty lackluster apology. He would later...
Listen, I hate to say it, but in my younger days, I was, a little more, I guess, the tweets are gonna be dug up eventually. At one point, I fell for some Russian propaganda, and I believed that, Zelensky wanted 10,000 bombs from Joe Biden to bomb Donetsk's children, okay? I mean, I fell for this video. We all LARP? No, just the autists. Remember this video? I saw this shit, and I'm like, this is real. Wait, I don't even have the video, never mind. I know Donbass, and there's, Donetsk.
Later own up to his actions in January 2024, when word went...
There's the Donetsk and Luhansk republics that exist within the Donbass, right?
Around that he drew fan art of a terrorist. Aside from the current topic stuff, Pumpkin's character was also criticized. On occasion, the drawings were pretty damn suggestive, and although his account was now 16+, he made no effort
16+
in keeping that separate from anything else. Even worse was the NSFW Twitter, which predates the main Twitter and had no restrictions until someone called it out. Even when his main Twitter popped up, the content on there was sometimes hard to even rate as 16+. This led a sizable number of...
Do you guys remember that Raintism dude who used to be in the community that I covered that faked a heart attack because he got called a simp and then lied, per his own admission, he lied that a woman he had never even met in person had drugged and raped him. Never told us why. But now, after leaving the community, he ended up becoming a OnlyFans creator or whatever, where I heard he was getting married, and I was like, dude, you know, this dude was a total loser. He's getting married now. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. It turns out his wife is like a 6'5", like, black trans woman who fucks him up the ass on cam every night, on video for content, and then they film the video together, fucking a pumpkin. I'm not even kidding.
People on TikTok to think that Pumpkin was some sort of creep. The design of the account, the parasocial dad character that Pumpkin played, it was giving off some strange feelings, which for TikTok users basically means get the wood chipper.
But bro, don't ever call me a fucking pedophile, bro. Don't ever call me a pedophile.
Could we maybe not have included the meme AI voice filter for this section, or what? When Pumpkin moved to Twitter, he decided to manually let a 17-year-old friend who was a few days away from turning 18 into his NSFW account. This is kind of stupid to do, but
it is stupid, but he's like 18 himself at this point, right?
Not indicative of any sort of pedophilia. Both of these people...
I think it is unreasonable to expect 18-year-olds to treat 17-year-olds any different. I think when you're 18, 17 is an adult when you're 18. Now, when you turn 19, different story.
People were very close in age. Yet
I'm kidding. At 19 also, but at 19, there's no reason you should be going for anyone in high school.
Off the back of this, a lot of the rumors that followed were either entirely false or not supported by proof. Someone claimed that Pumpkin uploaded a bulge picture to his 16+ account. This is just straight up a lie, as the screenshot provided shows it was leaked from the 18+ NSFW account, which was now age restricted, and any minor who wanted to get in would have had to lie. Other users claim that Pumpkin liked an NSFW post from a 13-year-old, or that he had messaged a 14-year-old. To this day, neither claim has any proof. Yet the loose barriers around Pumpkin's accounts would continue to haunt him. As he said,
can you imagine if the parents were penalized every single time? Every time we hear about a story that the 13-year-old was posting Rule 34, can you imagine if, like, the parents were actually getting penalized for that? It's just so crazy, the different standard for the internet. Like, if I had a kid, and I took my kid, and I let him go walk around, like, a bar, or a strip club, unsupervised, and something happened to him, I'd be held responsible. I'd be held responsible if nothing happened to him. So it's just crazy. And I know we talk about this all the time. This is not like it's not like this is a, you know, unpopular opinion. We all agree on this, but it's just interesting to talk about, like, the wholly different standard for neglect of children on the internet.
Genuinely, I'm so sick of people saying I give off pedo vibes, or that I seem I would be into kids. I get allegations, but never make one that revolves children, unless you have solid proof. But if not...
That's a really weird thing to say about yourself. Hey guys, please don't make allegations that I'm a pedophile unless you have solid proof. That's a weird thing to say. Shouldn't you say, hey, don't allege that I'm a pedophile, because I'm not.
Don't go on based simply on opinions. I do not deserve to be accused of that. On May 27th, 2024, fellow Twitter artist Fallen Chungus posted a...
You know, that was one of my big breaks. At first, was when we got the Fallen Chungus interview. That just was horrible for him. We've actually gotten 2 now in total. We've had 2 Fallen Chungus interviews.
Final note to Twitter. This came from an argument with former friends after weeks of allegations that he had been a chaser. The following argument resulted in one of the people he fought with disappearing off the platform.
Wait, this is from May? Wait, there was new Fallen Chungus allegations?
Partner was outraged that Fallen Chungus had been so vindictive towards them.
I totally missed this. We've been, like, locked into Fallen Chungus shit.
Pumpkin had known Fallen Chungus ever since he first popped up on Twitter, before his comics propelled him into his own internet fame. However, in response...
What happened to that guy? Well, apparently he's... Okay, so he told me he realizes he's a lolcow. He realizes his online history has resulted in nothing but negative consequences to him and his life. And he's acknowledged that the best way for him to actually have a shot at having a decent life is to get off the internet, right? And he told me he was leaving. And in the moment, I wasn't being combative, because what is there to combat? That's good to hear, right? That you're gonna leave and actually go try to fucking do something. And he was only 18 at that point, so it's like, you know, you're gonna be the next Chris Chan if you keep this going, but you've still got some time where you could step away and eventually be forgotten by the internet for the most part, right? The whole, like, the internet never forgets. Like, they won't forget, like, if it's brought up to them, but if you leave and don't put anything new out, unless you're like a straight up lolcow, that, which he is there, but he's not like at Chris Chan levels of A-loggers, people will eventually just stop talking about you at some point. It might take a year or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 even, but one day they will just stop talking about you unless you did something that nobody will ever forget, regardless of what you try to do.
Mr. Fallen Chungus' note, Pumpkin said, Chungus, you've worked this hard to reach this far, and this is how you plan to die? This is how you plan to be remembered by? Really?
This far?
That's
You look at all the good you've done. Look at all the good you've done. You're gonna throw it all away. It's like Batman trying to appeal to Two-Face. What has he done to be proud of? His whole online history is lolcow behavior and fart fetish stuff and, like, crashing. He got a job at a school, and he ended up he got, like, fired for being accused of going off on some kid.
Pathetic as shit, man. Whilst the reply had good intentions, Pumpkin's wording made it feel like the mandatory life-saving scene in a PG-13 movie. Calling someone pathetic to uplift them on their supposed final moments doesn't actually work in real life. Plus, the fact that Fallen Chungus wasn't some innocent soul in this drama didn't help much either. This reply...
What does that mean? Okay. Him not being an innocent... Okay, that's a crazy thing for Toastify to say. If the point of this message is to urge him to not kill himself, you could criticize its efficacy at going about urging that. But there's no... Him being innocent or not isn't going to dispute the message itself. It's true. Fallen Chungus should not kill himself.
Plus, the fact that Fallen Chungus wasn't some innocent soul in this drama...
So, does he deserve to kill himself?
Didn't help much either. This reply would get some heat, causing Pumpkin to respond and explain what he meant by it. He would later try to shift the discussion to what was important
Dark Toastify?
right right now, whilst also claiming he'd been much nicer in their DMs. When someone mentioned Fallen Chungus' autism in the conversation, another person replied saying that autism wasn't an excuse, and this was infantilizing autistic people. Pumpkin replied basically saying, not the place or time, which caused this user to bring up Pumpkin's initial reply. This argument carried on and then bled through into a new situation, with the crosshairs now far more firmly on Pumpkin the Gentleman. New threads about him were popping up on the timeline, bringing up these old or already debunked rumors. Pumpkin even posted saying these threads were fine as long as they didn't take things out of context. However,
okay, so did this guy actually do anything? Because I feel like most of this is just him being accused of doing things.
One resurfaced tweet was different. It came from the month before and showed one of Pumpkin's fans asking to be rizzed by the pumpkin. Another person, a 16-year-old, replied saying, I want to be rizzed by the pumpkin too. To which Pumpkin replied, when you're older.
Got it. Now listen, as Pumpkin's PR manager here, not the best look, okay? Could we recover from this? Yeah. Speeder says, yes, watch the video. It's almost like that's what we're doing, genius.
Hand heart emoji. This obviously painted a picture of, again, Pumpkin being fairly weird around his fans. The when you're older line was evocative of grooming tactics. Pumpkin defended himself by saying the comment was just a joke with a mutual who was a couple years younger than him. When asked why he brought up the tweet, the original poster, Colin, just replied saying, funny. Pedophilia is not fucking funny, mate. Be better. Whilst the tweet is funny, it's again nothing concrete. More cringe than criminal, if I'm being honest. The 16-year-old even responded to this after people started asking. We already talked about this. You were joking, and after people started to call you a groomer, you deleted the thing and you asked me if I was comfortable with it. Me and the Pumpkin are close friends.
He's only 18.
So please calling him out for that, it's so stupid. So please, instead of picking some silly jokes and use it to make someone look bad, shut the hell up and actually educate yourself about actual
Green's gonna be typing this message, because we do this to him all the time.
Grooming. Because it's annoying that two friends with 2 years, almost 1 year of difference, can't make a joke because one of them has to fear the fact that he's going to be called out as a groomer. Pumpkin helped me through so many stuff, and I would never accept that
he helped me through so many stuff.
People call him out for this. Whilst the original tweet was posted just for laughs.
Cover the guy trapped in the porta potty. Can you link that to me? I'll cover that. Tyrone, why aren't you in the Discord?
Others were again connecting dots and took it as a serious issue. One mutual friend who was 17 drew some suggestive jokey art of them and Pumpkin together, to which people immediately jumped to call Pumpkin a pedophile, encouraging this minor to draw NSFW. As with so many controversies on Twitter, the claims become bigger and bigger until it's just not true. In early June, Pumpkin's Twitter account would hit over 100,000 followers, whilst the TikTok was fast approaching 500,000. Yet, even here, the success and freakouts only attracted more and more scrutiny. On June 17th, Pumpkin made a Venn comic responding to his haters, which is never a good move. The entire thing is just saying that he wanted to do what they were saying, whilst also listing methods and being
but if you're ever thinking about pursuing a career or existence online, the best thing to do, maybe not total lolcows, because that's unrealistic, look at somebody online who deals with a community that you and things that you would never want to deal with as a result of being hated. Look at that person and ask yourself, if tomorrow I was to go through and deal with all the shit that they dealt with, could I handle it? Now, you might never actually go deal with that, but there's a good chance you will when you decide to enter this Wild West, right? And a lot of people, it seems, become public figures online and just cannot handle, like, they don't know how to deal with haters, they don't know how to deal with trolls, they don't know how to deal with, like, communities not liking them or digging up shit on them. And if that's the case, this just isn't for you.
Particularly ready to do it. Who was this for? What would this achieve? I don't really know. It seems Pumpkin's idea was to make his haters uncomfortable, as he epically owns them by venting his mental health. Times like this, you could really do like a diary, instead of posting to your entire social following. And it would backfire immediately, because the next thing Pumpkin posted got him into even more hot water. Only a few minutes after this first vent post, Pumpkin posted another comic about his life. In this relatable everyday scenario, one of Pumpkin's friends writes the name of a new lover. Pumpkin then calmly rebukes her for it, and tries to tell her why it's wrong. This comic immediately got backlash, mostly because of the idea of sharing—
Yeah, wait, why did Denal block Speed Racer? I will be re-blocking Denal until Denal unblocks Speed Racer. Stop running, pedophile. Unblock Speed Racer, unblock Tyrone 9000. I almost said new 1000. Unblock Speed Racer, unblock Tyrone 9000. Stop running Starbase, you pedophile coward.
this girl's experience without her knowledge. Pumpkin responded saying they just wanted to draw this because they felt it was a common experience, and the friend in question didn't really care about privacy. Despite the numerous attempts to address this drama once and for all, Pumpkin had done too much for this to go away easily. By giving so much attention to these claims, you're only making more people see them, and by giving so much attention to the haters, you're only telling them that whatever they're doing is working.
Just common sense shit. Just common sense shit. And whenever you see someone that doesn't realize this, you either have to ask yourself, is this person the fucking stupidest person alive? Which many times they are. Like, why would you assume a role where you're in the spotlight online and actually go and give these people attention for the shit that's pissing you off? Or, in a case of, like, chibi reviews, do they have a fetish for pissing people off and getting humiliated?
As Pumpkin started to get more notoriety, questions began popping up about whether this was really who they say they were. For example, Pumpkin was very proud to be half Japanese.
What do you mean true, Black Cat? This is the fucking bot is like broken and thinks that I have something to do with KF. It's like making a tweet. I didn't even know KF was shutting down.
They spoke Japanese on the timeline, made videos trying to teach it.
Aiden is seething. It's over for you. I have your NYC history. I say jump, you ask how high. My NYC history. Okay, I don't know, like,
and
what?
said they were born and grew up in Japan. Yet people suspected this because of many reasons, like the quality of Pumpkin's writing. Now, as a guy who has never stepped foot in Japan, I can't really give a judgment on this. When people questioned these stories, he said, also, I know I'm about to sound corny as hell, but it's hella funny seeing people say, this dude been through too many situations, he making this up. Knowing damn well that ain't even half of it. I was never around normal people, let alone a normal country.
Statistically, half the chatters are smarter than the streamer, and if you've got 10,000 people in your audience, one person is a serial killer.
Whilst Pumpkin owns his heritage and the hot 40-year-old
I guess I'm an outlier, though.
Japanese women he's apparently going out with, he doesn't have a lot of good things to say about the country itself. A lot of his posts about Japan focus on its negatives more than positives. You know, mandatory shutters on the phones, runaways, pedos, and tourists. Not those kind of tourists, those kind of tourists. You know, the ones who are going east. Pumpkin claimed that he stayed in Japan until his mid-teens, and still goes...
This guy visited Japan a few times. He visited Japan a few times. Everybody who has, like, who's, like, half of something exotic or has a parent from somewhere, they just LARP and overplay how connected they are to that place.
Expect to visit Japan a month or so every year.
Kalora Betla.
Now, again, I can't attest to whether Pumpkin's Japanese is patchy, but as someone who speaks English, it's interesting that for someone who spent their most formative years in Japan, their English is pretty good.
Okay, Toastify, that is a retarded point. I don't believe this guy either. That is a retarded fucking point.
For non-English speakers, English is a hard language to learn.
Yeah, but so if he has an American father and a Japanese mother, if he's living in Japan, the idea would be that you would assume he's also being exposed to English from a young age. And if you're exposed to two languages during the critical period of language acquisition, you could speak both very fluently. Now, you could still speak two fluent languages if you learn them after the period of language acquisition. But, you know, it's such a retarded
Just
point.
due to the number of linguistic exceptions, spelling, and weird grammar, so Pumpkin could learn English flawlessly in a couple of years, but couldn't write Japanese well after like 15 years? This is a country...
What is Kilo running from? God, please tell me there's some, like, DGG snark drama to cover. I can't take it. This is, like, cruel and unusual punishment for me.
Still goes to, by the way. It's also interesting that for someone who stayed in Japan for so long, Pumpkin's cultural values and what was normalized to him is so easily corrected. For example, during the many waves of drama, another of Pumpkin's old tweets would come up, because apparently lolly is like state mandated to come with artist drama. This mainly revolved around an old tweet from December 2023, where Pumpkin was making the 1,000-year-old character argument. Pumpkin addressed this by saying this came from his upbringing in Japan, and the normalization of lolly-related stuff. As he grew up, he learned to avoid this more and more. Immediately after the original tweet, Pumpkin concedes and understands as soon as someone else points out the issues with it. Yet, would someone from Japan who has this normalized for...
Did you do the Princess Mantis video yet? No, there's a Princess Mantis video? Give me anything, man. Give me fucking anything. I actually went to go look for shit to cover, and I have nothing. I'll literally I'll take anything. That's good. Cover the latest Guam drama? Princess Mantis did a video. Okay, let's just cover that then. Let's cover that. Alright, let's look. Okay, so am I gonna need to know a lot of context for this? Because I've avoided Guam as well. Aiden doesn't know anything about the person again award. I know I know the basics of who Guam is, but where the no, Guam is she works for Ethan. Alright, let's look. But what is Kilo doing exactly? I don't.
Hello, bye.
Wait, wrong. Okay, wait, this is the wrong link. Wrong link. Hold up. There we go.
Hello, bye.
Why is it keep pasting the wrong link? Oh, it's in your inbox? No, okay, alright. I'll just click on the one in inbox. It just keeps pasting the wrong fucking link. I don't know what's going on. Okay, there we go. We got it.
Girl, little did you know,
I'm sorry if you've heard this one before, but you know, they were talking to me about a Guam, and I was like, oh, wait, you're talking about the U.S. Pacific Island Territory, right? And I find out that no, they're actually talking about a woman called Guam that is the size of the U.S. Pacific Island Territory.
Did you know?
But dumps.
For the past 2 years, the internet has been fighting an invisible holy war. In a turn of geopolitical events that no one saw coming, YouTube's best and brightest flung themselves into a centuries-long battle that most of them were absolutely not equipped to handle.
Everybody, grab a crucifix or some holy water or something, some garlic, maybe, because Girl with a Microphone is debatably the most sinister axe in this holy war. So buckle in, besties. We
Buckled in.
are going to be covering
Is Princess Mantis DGG or not?
Girl with a Microphone, aka K Gordon, aka Guam.
Wait, anybody that has a topic for me to cover owns my ass, okay?
So, in case you missed it, Kate Gordon is a person, and I'm gonna keep saying Kate Gordon because Gordon is a pretty funny name.
Gordon?
And we'll go.
You know, despite like me and Guam probably disagree on a lot, that name is really not that funny.
Over many things.
It's a very fucking normal name.
Today, my infamous beef with her weird ass story arc from writer.
Dude, somebody asked me this question once. I'm sorry to put you on blast, but it was just like such a dumb question. It's not that dumb, but someone was like, Aiden, do you think, I remember it was somebody nice, it's somebody I like, but they asked me, Aiden, do you think like the real worry, and they asked me this wholly unironically, do you think that the real worry with people getting doxxed is if they have a name that gets leaked that just like sounds really embarrassing? And I said, you know, there are a lot of concerns about doxing. Honestly, I don't think that that's one of them or a main one. What kind of name could they have where that would be their predominant concern? Unless it's some shit like, you know, booty liquor or something.
Political activist to Egg, who streams with the epic mealtime guy, and more. So one of the first pieces of documentation, I hope you can't hear that beeping in the background, I found about Guam was this piece.
Mantis claims to be an ex-Hassan fan who was de-radicalized by more Pegasus? By more Pegasus! Listen, I'm no ML myself. I'm no Marxist-Leninist myself. Actually, speaking of that, we actually found something. Hold on. I'll talk till I grab it. I'm not a, I'm not a tanky or anything. But, if you're gonna, you know, go away, if you're gonna be swayed away from what I think is a mostly irrelevant, ideology, don't have it be a conservative. Is more Pegasus openly conservative? Dude, I found, I'm at home now, so I have, like, my old books and everything. and I found my annotated copy of the Communist Manifesto from when I was 15. I was just going through my annotations, and it's actually crazy how dumb I was, because I was having these like very basic this was my first introduction to Marxism. There's just funny shit in here. I underline something. I say, is this a critique of globalization and how it aids capitalist exploitation?
Of fiction she wrote, and I'm gonna give you a spoiler. It's about being queer. Are you surprised because she's queer? Coincidence? I don't know. Anyways, it was actually pretty good. It was articulate. It was thoughtful. It really showed off her.
Are you still a communist? No. No, just because I view like the thing is, I agree with Marx's critiques of capitalism, but simultaneously I don't necessarily. I think things were vague enough where the interpretation by people like Lenin does not seem like a viable solution in a way that would minimize net harm.
Her education and possible employment in the writing industry, and she might actually have been somebody that Little Mantis looked up to as a writer before.
Did you name one? Yes. So there's the 4 types of alienation, right? So alienation of the worker from his product because he doesn't have ownership of it, his essence, I think, or his nature. The alienation of a worker, it's not peers is the word, but like the capitalist system like turns workers amongst each other naturally. The 4 types of alienation are a Marxist critique of capitalism and how the lack of ownership that the proletariat has over the means of production, how that leads to their like exploitation, alienation from a bunch of things.
Little Mantis had brain damage, but you know, Little Mantis is doing fine. Look at me now. Look at me now. I found this website highlighting that during the 2020 presidential election cycle, Kate filmed herself doing microphone drive-bys at Trump rallies. And I had to go to TikTok to learn more about this, so please, this is a great time I had to tell
that was a nice attempt at a gotcha.
You, I have stickers and you can buy them, and you can also like and subscribe. You can donate me money on ko-fi.com/princessmantis. But you know, you're in control. You're the holder of the wheel. This is in your wheelhouse. In 2020,
I gotta lock into this video.
She hit 27 million views with her first Trump drive-by, but unfortunately I can't get the audio for it, but I can kind of understand what she's saying via the captions. So
how are you able to get the video but not the audio?
She's like, hey everybody, next stop Trump's butthole, really putting her master's degree to good use. Little did she know that this would lead her on a 6-year.
Jesus Christ, accidentally. Really? Okay. Fuck you too, bitch ass.
Slow walk down into Ethan Klein's basement. And being a woman online, her virality got her a fair bit of hate from people who love Trump, so we can deduce that she was doing a good job. If a Trump hater doesn't like you, are you doing anything wrong? I think that's a good litmus test.
I think it depends, right? Like if a MAGA individual finds out that you're like a convicted sex offender and doesn't like you off of that, you know, I don't think that means you're doing something right.
If a Trump supporter doesn't like me, I think I'm probably doing something okay.
I totally would have stopped, but I was already running late for my coven meeting where we were performing a human sacrifice, so I really didn't want to miss it.
She handled the hate with humor, which is important because once the far right, or the far left, in my opinion, starts to throw hate at you, they absolutely do not want you to reply reasonably. Nothing changes the minds of brain-broken people, in my opinion. The only thing that will change these people's minds is something in their own personal lives that...
I think just throwing your hands up and saying you can't change people's minds is a great way to engage with politics and get things done.
Shift their views. I am going to use Anna Kasparian as an example, okay? I don't know if y'all noticed, like, she went from a very far leftist to something different, but apparently it was because she was assaulted.
What? I haven't even looked into the Anna Kasparian shit, but how does that sounds like a non sequitur. After Trump came onto the political scene, especially after his election in 2026, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. Anyone who refused to resist Trump seen as a threat to the country, and I was fully on board with that mindset. It all felt righteous at first, but eventually the tactics deployed to fight Trump became repetitive, boring and ultimately fruitless. Polling shows that he's increased his support among Black and Latino voters despite wall-to-wall coverage on his unsavory, racist, or bigoted remarks. Several years of media raising alarm over Trump's threat to democracy has only resulted in a tight presidential race between himself and Kamala Harris. I can't help but acknowledge. So where is she talking about getting sexually assaulted?
Which is horrible, while she was walking her dog. And according to her, people started really coming after her, saying that
my evolution started in 2022 when I was sexually assaulted by a homeless man in my neighborhood as I was walking my dog. The horrible experience alone didn't change me politically, but the treatment I received from the far left and some progressives after sharing the story did. I was told that by publicly sharing what had happened to me, I was stigmatizing my unhoused neighbors. Okay, I doubt people were saying that. If she was overemphasizing the fact that this guy was homeless as like a reason that he sexually assaulted her, I'm sure some people might have like thought that that was the correct time and place to say, hey, let's not like alienate the unhoused. It's not the right time or place, but I can understand that sentiment is a little less ridiculous. Others accuse me of feeding into racist tropes because they assumed that my attacker was black, but I had never even disclosed the man's race. He was white. Not only did I suddenly see that, I'm sure she's like fucking, you're always gonna have ridiculous people amongst a large mass. If that actually like, if a few ridiculous people amongst that large mass like actually like reasonably changes your political opinions and prescriptions for society as a whole, you're cooked.
she was stigmatizing homeless people and like invoking racist stereotypes, even though, as she says, she did not identify the attacker's race. She says that that reaction made her realize that cruelty, tribalism, and bad faith thinking were not exclusive to the right. And she's right. She is correct. I can tell you that she is correct. I'm not a fan of Kasparian, okay? But this highlights how extreme things have to be sometimes in order for people to learn that their political movement isn't the group of nice people.
Okay, that is not... Princess Mantis is actually arguing that sexual assault is a valid tactical political strategy to get the left to open its eyes. I'm kidding. I don't think that's what she's actually saying, but that's what that sounded like.
That they thought it was. And before we're done with this tangent, I just want to point out that the Young Turk government orchestrated and carried out the Armenian genocide. Okay, that's right. In April 1915, they systematically deported, starved, and murdered an estimated 1.5 million Armenians living
That's true.
in the Ottoman Empire.
Now, what does this have to do with Guam exactly? Was Guam in cahoots with Enver Pasha? Wait, what's not correct? Let me re-listen.
April 1915, they systematically deported, starved, and murdered an estimated 1.5 million Armenians living in the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, the figures are 1.5 to 2 million from the Armenian genocide. 1915 is the correct year. The methods she described are correct.
Okay, back to Guam. She used her virality to raise $30,000 for progressive causes, including Black Lives Matter, Black Voters Matter, Fair Fight, abortion access, and aid for Black trans people. Her largest early campaign reportedly raised $10,000 during the Georgia Senate runoffs. Her videos outside the Trump rallies also offered her a fair amount of views, tens of thousands, not millions, but, you know, and for...
Remember how I say the worst thing you can do if you're making a video essay on somebody is do the thing that everybody and their mom does, where you need to go and spend a ridiculous amount of time in the video going after the person's uninteresting early online history. You can give a very brief preview as to who someone is and make an effective video covering them without going over every single aspect and explaining every aspect of their online history. I feel like every video essay we watch, the first quarter is taken up just on this uninteresting, like, in 2015, they switched to gaming content, and we want to see it for, like, the thing that's bad, the thing that's going to get people to watch.
Again, really annoying reasons, none of her Trump rally drive.
Denal says, back when he lived in New York City, he did something so out of line and borderline criminal that his family had to intervene. No amount of mommy's money is going to save him from the consequences now. I was truant from school. That is borderline criminal. Yes, I skipped school a lot.
I can get audio for, so we're just gonna pretend that she's saying something really awesome and cool. It seems that through her TikToks, I've deduced that she lives on a farm, or she did live on a farm. At some point in her life, she lived on a farm, okay? Which is honestly based, okay? Girl slay.
Having chickens does not mean you live on a farm.
Slay. Can you hear that beeping? I hope not. Let's all...
My friend lived in the suburbs growing up, and they got chickens out in their backyard, in the back of their house. They used to go and play with.
Get off of the internet for 2 seconds. Let's go get a tomato seed. Let's plant it in the ground. Let's see what happens. You never know. You could have a new friend. Instead of writing awful comments, you just grow a tomato. I see you. Gosh, what's his name? Kilo Tonic.
This is a great video.
Is that his name? I see.
Oh. You mean the former Groiper, Mr. Girl fan, who sweeps for sex pest pedo freaks like the criminal sex trafficker Jay Stalk, who illegally trafficked Cherry and raped 5 people in his basement? That Kilo?
You, and I see that you really want to write something really ominous and spooky in my comments. But listen, right now there is a tomato out there just waiting for you to plant it and be its friend. Okay, look up what zone you're in. Maybe you can't grow a tomato because it's a little bit too late in the season, but maybe you want to grow radishes. Radishes always do really, really well. You just plant it in the dirt, Kilo. You just put it in there. In a little while, you'll have a new little radish friend, okay? Just you and a radish. You could put on a play together. I bet you'd get...
This is like when Stardust doesn't know when to kill the bit. It's very Stardust-esque.
Great reviews from Hassan Piker.
Stick, some glitter paint, words cut out from a magazine, BFF carved in a tree, that stands for powerful. A Porter John came to life, put on a play.
How is this still going?
With so-and-so, unfortunately, they...
Radish!
didn't get very...
Thank you, Starfish Duder, for the first non-denial super chat. What the fuck did I just tune into? Are you looking at bug personas now? No, we're actually watching a video made by Princess Mantis on Girl with a Microphone.
Good reviews.
Anyways, what were we talking about? Okay, so Kate seems to at least believe the things that she says because she's willing to put her money where her mouth is, unlike other people. And that's, I think, what I've taken from her thus far. She receives such wide-ranging attention for her Trump drive-by microphone things that she was on this Lil Muck podcast in which I learned that she even had some actress from Full House following her and donating to her or something, which is pretty sick. What I like about Guam isn't that Kate Gordon kind of sounds like...
People don't realize that, like, actors and actresses, like, are sometimes legitimate fans of, like, niche online. I guess this isn't, like, niche online shit, but this is, like, a bit of weird lore I've told you guys about 1,000,000 times. When Lindsay Lohan was watching Augie and all of us and followed me and multiple other people, they're, like, some of them just are, like, normal people. Well, Lindsay Lohan, from my conversations with her, is not that normal. She still follows me, I'm pretty sure, on my old account, but when I started talking to her, it was actually not long after she fucking got arrested for trying to kidnap a child in Russia. Unironically, she just, like, saw a girl in Russia, tried to grab her off the street because she thought her mom was, like, abusing her or something. Wait, what? Yeah. So basically, we were going over this drama involving this person called Susie Liu, who Lindsay was, like, a big fan of. And she saw the criticism that people had on, like, Augie's show or whatever, and she started tuning in because she liked it, and she ended up following us she was asking some people some questions, she ended up following me, we talked about it a little bit, and then she just followed me and never unfollowed, so we didn't talk again. And then in 2021, I think it was, there was this account on Instagram called, like, All My Alien Sex Friends or something. It was run by a minor, I was a minor too at that point, that was, like, posting videos of themselves, like, torturing animals. And it was a whole big thing on Twitter, because for some reason the account was not getting taken down. And I know that she did some shit with animals or whatever. I don't know why I asked her, but I said, is there, like, anything you could do about this? And she's like, yeah. Unironically, she responded with, like, yeah, I'll tell my people about it or something.
Tim Hortons, but that even though she is a lot farther left than I would find comfortable, she seems to genuinely actually believe what she says rather than grifting. Her more recognizable present-day career developed when she began doing longer live streams about online politics, journalists, and commentary channel drama. A particularly important subject was Ethan Klein and the H3 podcast. She covered disputes involving Ethan, Taylor Lorenz, and journalist Kat Tenbarge, including publishing a stream titled Taylor Lorenz Lied to Me about H3's Ethan Klein.
I've met Taylor Lorenz too, in person, and she was wearing 2 fucking masks, but she was very nice.
Several of these videos reached roughly 10,000 to 14,000 views, substantial numbers for what was a relatively small
Great. What is this thumbnail? These thumbnails look like super fucking mediocre.
channel.
She's relatively well known now, isn't she?
Seemed to have introduced her to much larger H3 adjacent audiences. I started watching Guam casually when she covered Kat Tenbarge, and
She was very nice. This was the year I thought I was quitting, but I showed up to VidCon anyways because I knew people there and that I wanted to hang with, and it was actually one of the best times I had. I met these guys. We ended up becoming good friends, and I went back when it was over. I ended up going back up with them to Central California. But I got invited to this, basically like it was a house party thing that was happening at J-Reg's house for the debate. And we went there, and then she showed up unironically in 2 masks, and a Cheeto was there, and I was like, dude, a Cheeto's about to say some dumb shit there. He didn't, he just left, okay? So rare Cheeto W. But we ended up talking outside with a few other people. She was very fucking nice, even though I was a nobody. She was like saying like she knows people that could get my other friend into the DNC, and if I like work for him or something, then I could say I work for him, I might be able to get in.
cruel world happy mind disaster.
Age when you met? I was 18 when I met Taylor Lorenz.
I'm not here to be
Or was I 18? No, I was 19. I was 19 when I met Taylor Lorenz.
mean-spirited.
Girl, couldn't be me, but I love you for it. I don't know if you haven't picked up on this by now. The same
Black Cat, the whole meeting people when I'm a minor, that's a double-edged sword, because you know who else I spoke to for the first time when I was 16? Certain Mr. Borelli. My first time ever talking to him, he ended up figuring this out. I didn't think he was gonna notice, but I guess DGG did some digging on me. My first Destiny interaction was when I was 16.
The Learning Channel. This is entertainment. If you're getting your news from me, that's a problem. I already told you to subscribe to the New Yorker once. Why don't you buy a wine subscription service to NPR, okay?
Yeah, this is not journalism. This is just slop with peace and love.
Wow, I cannot believe Kate just disrespected slop like that. Imagine comparing my
Everyone else already. I don't think he's a pedophile. Tons of people don't think he's a pedophile, but hate him. It's just funny to it's funny to say for some. Some do believe it, right? Personally, for me, I don't think he is, because I think with his level of like self-control or whatever, I feel like there would have been a lot more clear instances of predation against minors or something if that was his primary attraction.
beautiful masterpieces with what
I guess I don't know.
Tenbarge does. With peace and love, no thank you. There's slop and then there's snark slop, and snark slop is like,
You could be a bad person without being a pedophile.
you know, in a different bucket, in a different country. Not Canada, okay? Canada's a great country. That slop bucket belongs in the United States of America. God bless you, with peace and love.
Didn't Stardust talk to you about school and stuff in your DMs? Seems like groomer behavior. See, if I was evil, this is how you know that I'm not like using everything against them. Why didn't I just like try to lie and say that Stardust like said some weird shit to me when I was a minor or something? That never happened. But like I could have done. These people were trying to like pry in that direction, or like she was talking to you when you were a minor. I could have done that, right? I didn't, because I don't want to. I don't believe in just like hurting people or going after people. No limits, right? But that is totally something they would do if the roles were reversed.
By late 2025, she was appearing directly with H3, including an official H3 video discussing Hassan Piker and China, which I remember fondly as one of the few H3 episodes I watched for pure enjoyment.
That is a total cell phone. If you're watching the H3 podcast for enjoyment, I used to like the old H3 videos. I thought some of those were very funny. But the podcast just has like even Ethan drama aside, just seems like the most boring, like, non-tent ever.
Peace and love.
Recent tour of China, is that correct?
Yes, there was a lot to talk about related to that, but as a gay woman, as a queer person in general, who has been fighting for the gays and the theys since I came out in high school, I felt like he was stepping into something he doesn't know anything about, and it felt like my people,
Gay people
in China, were being used as like a pawn or a prop.
Okay, that is the mental gymnastics she underwent to try to, like, make this an attack on a protected identity. There's a better point you could say about, I mean, I know China, what is the deal with China and gay people? I'm sure marriage is not recognized. I'm sure there's maybe some degree, or a greater degree of persecution, I'd imagine. Let me look, but I don't think China's, like, overtly, PRC and homosexuality. There are tons of very good criticisms against the Chinese government, and you could absolutely, like, try to make a point about Hassan supporting them by visiting, but you need to make that point about a whole lot of other people too, including, to some extent, people that visit this place right now. Not to say that our government is as repressive as the Chinese government right now, at least to us, but in other facets. Hold on. Are there any laws that China voted against a motion to renew the mandate of the United Nations Independent Expert on Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity at the United Nations Human Rights Council. They've shut down LGBTQ venues. LGBTQ rights activists have become subject to greater scrutiny and mass surveillance. Okay, so kind of like the LGBTQ content is censored, and authors of boy love works are routinely arrested and criminally prosecuted. Well, what is boy love? That sounds a little. To be fair to China, sounds a little bit pedophilic.
And so I started looking into it more to see what the actual truth is about the LGBTQ experience in China.
In January 2026, Ethan Klein announced a new version of H3 After Dark, hosted.
What is I've heard this word before, yaoi. I just don't know what it means.
By Harley Morenstein and co-hosted by Girls.
It's just gay romance? Got it.
The microphone. Her own channel now identifies her as an H3 After Dark co-host. As of July 2026, her YouTube channel has approximately 16,000 subscribers and more than 380 videos. Its content is now fairly eclectic: political and internet drama, commentary, gaming streams, mukbangs, food and travel broadcasts, makeup, crafts, and longer deep dive videos. And we love her for it.
Okay, finally, the past she's trying to hide. What I'd be looking for here, since the title seems to hint at it, is something controversial in her past, and we're gonna be halfway through the video.
The internet is a weird place, okay? Girl with a Microphone really reminds me of this other content creator that I used to watch called Mickey Atkins. I watched her video essays up until the point she made this, like, one video about
we need to get her for Green, okay? Green needs to forget about the Samantha business and
why hair clips
tell him we found him someone new.
Were actually the pipeline to white supremacy.
Mickey, what does this have to do with Hailey Bieber and her claw clips? Listen, this abridged history lesson is simply to demonstrate that historically, the rise of fascism is very much associated with a heavy belief that racially, politically, morally superior people were people who are athletic, who are healthy, who are attractive, because that made them more superior warriors, like army, cannon fodder kind of people, but also superior child bearer.
What in leftist tarnation? I was a Hassan Piker viewer, but I was never of the opinion that hair accessories could lead to joining the KKK. But you know, maybe that's just me. But Guam is.
Listen, let me just. I mean, that statement is correct. Like physical prowess is intertwined with fascist imagery and rhetoric, right? Because another coinciding, it's also correct that the hypermilitarization of society is also a trait of fascism, and obviously the fitness of young, like the Nazis had the, like, it was literally the SA, before it was called the SA, was known as like the sports brigade or something. It was meant to be like for like, they basically subverted paramilitary laws by having like a sports group or whatever that was really just acting as like essentially a paramilitary for the Reich before they, achieved power or whatever. And then in Italy, right, the whole idea of like the fit, like male archetype, whatever, was reinforced. Mussolini used to take off his shirt and like do like physical works in public to promote the working, agile, fit spirit of the Italian people.
Kind of people, but also superior child bearer.
What in leftist tarnation? I was a Hassan Piker viewer, but I was never of the opinion that hair accessories.
Pop out to San Fran next month. We're meeting Gibbs, smoking on Za. I'll go to San Fran next month. If you're actually going there. I love San Francisco.
Could lead to joining the KKK, but maybe that's just me. But Guam is actually a much more tame leftist than this Mickey Akin person. And I just want to be very...
Dude, if you go to the Bay Area, I could show you some cool shit.
Clear, like all of the people I cover on this channel, I am not a fan of Guam. As much as I like her, and I just want to make it clear, I am a fanatic of nobody, because I don't think that you should get your opinions from one person or even a handful of people. I think you should form your own opinions, as cringe as that sounds. I watch a lot of...
You already know all my spots. You're Cal, you do this thing where you pretend like you know everything, and you obviously don't. And it is the most, I can't tell if it's rage bait.
Content from people I personally do not like and personally do not agree with, but it's because I want to understand the broad opinions of...
In San Francisco and the Bay Area, I know great restaurants, really. There's some great food there.
Many different groups of people online.
Listen, if you're in the Bay Area, it's in Ocean Park or wherever. Go to Tan Long. It's a Vietnamese restaurant. Go there and order the garlic noodles, okay? When you go there, your life will be changed.
Sort of like, if you want to understand something fully, you're going to have to understand opposing worldviews to yours. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't understand why pure socialism could be a bad thing, you need to watch somebody that grew up in the Soviet Union. You know what I mean? Somebody who really...
This line, I'm not a social... Well, I don't know if I'm a socialist or not. Quite frankly, I'm just not well-versed enough on economics. My biggest issue is, utility, right? And it seems... But the whole, like, listen to somebody talk about communism to learn this, that's going to tell you nothing. That's going to tell you nothing. Because, so as we have the American experiment, the implementation of communism, the communist experiment, the vanguard party that led the people to revolution, it happened in the Soviet Union, okay? And then that led to an implementation of Lenin's ideology as the, as the founding father of the USSR. And then Marx, as the USSR began to have more of a, international influence, had synthesized, Marxist-Leninism. So the main ideology that was exported to socialist countries of the 21st century was Marxism-Leninism. So what all of these people will be able to tell you is the faults of Marxism-Leninism and the Soviet Union. And it's probably very much valid, right? They're huge quality of life issues. But you can subscribe to socialism without subscribing to Lenin's interpretation of Marx.
Does not like socialism at all. And then that will help you develop a more well-rounded opinion of socialism and what parts of it are good and what parts of it are bad, and why we need to avoid just being full-on tankies, because that's not appealing to most.
Well, yeah, because tanky would imply you support the USSR's interpretation of socialism and implementation of it. And the truth of the matter is, and I've said this before, right? A great critique of it is, even from a Marxist perspective, the revolution was meant to happen in an industrial society. Russia was beginning industrialization, but had not yet become an industrialized society. And as a big part of the USSR, its policy in the aftermath of its founding, it was a lot of catch-up. It was a lot of playing catch-up. Things like the 5-year plan under Stalin, it was all about catch-up, and it's that game of mass catch-up to sort of undergo 200 years worth of progress in the span of 10, right? Believing the ends justify the means that leads to such like a huge loss of human life.
Most people. There's actually like no one person online that I get excited to watch anymore because I just think everybody is so
like if you look in China, right?
Like divided on.
It's like this mass need because you have to play this game of catch up with the capitalists. This mass need for huge social and economic change at once. That seems to be the thing that has made the death toll so high in Marxist-Leninist countries.
So many issues, and I'm so deeply jaded about most things, and it's hard, you know what I mean? And obviously no one is perfect, and there isn't a single person on the internet that has never done anything wrong. And Kate Gordon seems to understand that principle deeply.
I've been a fan for a long, long time, and I also know that he fucks up sometimes.
Ethan Klein's war on women. I like that wording.
As is true with every human.
There is no content creator on the internet that is perfect. I feel like everybody is bound to make an internet apology at one point or another, except for me, okay? I am perfect, and you should watch me uncritically and donate to me all of your money. But she really hits a lot of nails on a lot of heads in her Cat 10 Bars video. Okay, anyways, let's talk about why Kate Gordon, a white leftist from Massachusetts, could become the center of controversy, which brings up some of my favorite subjects to cover on this channel, Madison Harnish. This was the first major drama I know of involving Kate and the internet holy war.
Definition of judge me by my haters. I feel like I'm kind of doing well on that position. I mean, especially girl with a microphone. I mean,
yeah, don't misquote me.
Asking Grok if I was homeschooled, like trying to find my schooling information.
To be fair, I don't think that's what she was trying to do.
Okay, if you're asking Grok if somebody was homeschooled, that does not mean they're trying to find where you go to school.
Thank you, Ethan.
Okay. Well, I guess it does. Presumptive, but like the vague place they go to school, their house.
Trying to find out if you were homeschooled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know how it kind of.
Got any homeschool kids in chat? Any homeschool kids?
It looks.
Yeah, that's totally the same.
You know, as shitty as things were for me in my schooling years, I always said at least I wasn't homeschooled, man.
As calling CPS on someone.
Yeah, it looks it rubs me the wrong way, to be honest.
Essentially, Guam asked Grok, the public AI bot associated with X.com, if Madison Harnish of Cruel World Happy Mind.
Dude, me and Augie used to have this conversation all the fucking time, where I'd be like, homeschooling is like legitimately bad for kids, right? It deprives like a big part of learning is encountering and working through unideal situations and social development, and it's good for somebody to have regular and prolonged exposure to their peers and have to sit through an environment they're, you know, maybe not necessarily all that comfortable with to develop important skills. And Augie, like, his whole argument, like, I was homeschooled and, like, I turned out fine or whatever, and it's like, Augie, you literally believe that the vaccine is like created by Dr. Fauci to channel his satanic urges and kill the public.
AKA Quam was homeschooled. Guam versus Quam is the internet beef we all deserve. This was deeper than just Kate wanting to see if Madison was homeschooled because
homeschooling is great. First kiss, first sex, prom date, all with your mom. Okay.
Because Madison is like very socially unaware, but it was also because in recent.
Thank you, Denal. I got because Tommy was talking about Mr. Takes. I'm like, who the fuck is Mr. Takes? That's his nickname for Augie. Got it.
Drama with H3 at the time, there were other people who were homeschooled involved. Coincidence? I don't know. I think not. Anyways, it's noticeable because Madison basically said that Kate asking Grok if she was homeschooled was somehow comparable to the harassment that Ethan was getting with the CPS calls to his house and the human skulls and everything, which is, you know, I think it's interesting.
I don't know. Maybe it's interesting.
So because Kate was spitting kind of, beef formed between her and Madison Harnish. As for white women,
we don't know that the CPS call was harassment. We just don't. Could it be? Yeah, but harassment would imply malice on the part of the person doing it. If the person that called was somebody who legitimately believed that there were children whose safety was compromised, that wouldn't be harassment.
Kate and Madison are pretty much opposites. Madison, depending on which AI bot you ask, grew up in either Orange County, California or Connecticut and was put into, quote, really intense ballet. So you know she came from pretty intense privilege. She's blonde, straight, and because she was
you could have high achieving parents that make you like a good example of this, you know, not to stereotype or anything. I had Asian friends growing up, like you say, from like Korea or China or whatever. Their parents come from there or wherever, and they were not particularly wealthy, but they would be like, they'd be the ones that were like practicing at recitals or playing an instrument after school, involved in all the extracurriculars, because the parents, coming from their own circumstances, really wanted to make their kids like high achievers or whatever. So just because you like are going hard at some sort of extracurricular, you could have parents that want you to be a high achiever to compensate for their like working class status or something.
Too busy with ballet to go to school. She's deeply undereducated and it shows. Kate, a brunette.
Defending CPS in 2026? Well, is it not? Did we ever? Okay, that would work, Black Cat, if like since it's happened, we figured out who did it. We haven't, right? We haven't. We know they were having like disputes with a mate of theirs or somebody. We know that he made comments in a very reckless manner that could have induced someone in the audience to, you know, be worried about the safety of his children. There's no, if somebody called them not believing children were in danger, that is malicious, that is harassment, and it's disgusting, right? To leverage somebody's kids in this way. The problem is that's not the definitive conclusion. We don't know that. We don't know that because we don't know who called.
So depending on who you ask, it also says that Kate is from Connecticut. So I don't know, man. They might both be really privileged. I just assume everybody from Connecticut is really privileged.
Okay, well, on that front, you would be accurate many times.
You know, there's that stereotype of some guy in a polo sweater being like, I am from Connecticut. And I can say that because I'm half from Connecticut. Anyways, Kate is obviously pretty educated, because she has a bachelor's and a master's, and she's gay. I heard somewhere that all gay people are smart. So I could be wrong, but this is when Ethan and H3 started to notice her. But before that, she was getting noticed by people like Nicholas Diorio, which is pretty fun.
She looks like a slightly irradiated grapefruit. Valid.
I do really miss this era of the internet, but now, sadly,
this person is a psychopath. Who looks back at Guam and Nicholas Diorio interacting with each other in front of his wine mom fucking audience and says to themselves, you know what era of the internet I really miss? This one.
We need to look at Snark, because although this woman agrees with a lot of the stuff Snarkers supposedly believe, she also has nuance, and to Snarkers, nuance is statin'.
Just supposed to be about copyright infringement. Hassan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Hajj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hassan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader.
Is this not like a little racist to draw that comparison? Al-Husseini was an Arab, right? Hassan is not. Hassan's Turkish. I guess it seems like, not racist, sorry, Islamophobic. Because Hassan comes from a Muslim family. That you're only making that comparison because he was born to a Muslim family. You could compare him to, call Hassan Hitler, okay? If they were talking about anyone else, they just call them Hitler.
Of the Palestinian cause. Like al-Husseini, Hassan used his massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of
like al-Husseini, he used his, I remember Husseini's platform.
Self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hassan and al-Husseini is that al-Husseini worked with the Nazis and advocated the annihilation of Jews.
Did I tell you guys my new ideology that I'm tapped into? I'm an Italian Zionist, right? So Ashkenazi Jews are like half Italian, genetically speaking. So we've just as much of a claim to parts of Italy as the Levant, like from 2,000 years ago. So I think that over there, it's like really scary and stuff. And like, I don't know, why anyone would want to live there. I'm thinking, give Israel to the Palestinians and build a Jewish home in Sicily. Thoughts?
While Hassan advocates the annihilation of all Zionists, since the vast majority of Jews in the United States say care. See, I wonder if you assumed that people wouldn't read this and they would just like agree with what you had to say. Since the vast majority of Jews in the United States say caring about Israel, and then it just cuts off. That's interesting. It was about to get to the part where it talks about how most modern Jews are considered Zionists to some degree. Meanwhile,
true, but that's not a valid argument. Whenever people throw out this figure, 90% of Jews, 90%, which I don't even think is true, A, and B, surveys involving Jews are tricky because who's defined as Jewish and who isn't is also a controversial subject. And some surveys will count some people as Jewish that others will count as not Jewish, right? But I'm almost certain, it is almost certainly true that the majority of American Jews are overwhelmingly Zionists, right? I just don't know if it's that high.
Hassan said just, a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, that anyone with any positive feeling to any degree about Israel in a perfect world.
Yeah, yes. If 100% of Jews are Zionists, it would just mean that 100% of Jews are wrong. Yes. Yep.
Would essentially be complete outcasts, unable.
Something is not more correct just because a lot of people believe in it.
To even walk, be the dog catcher, right? I think the lawsuit is setting up.
Why would any of this matter? Because the copyright was the excuse. The lawsuit was never about copyright.
The world in which all of this has happened. And again, there is no denying that Hassan is the reason for a lot of this. Because all of these orbiters, these women that everyone's just reducing.
Hassan does more to dispel anti-Semitism than Ethan. Hassan will literally get up there when he could. Some leftists are able to veer more into, nowadays I've noticed, maybe a little more anti-Semitic territory without getting the backlash they once did, per se, so long as they disguise it properly, because anti-Semitism and any form of racial or even religious bigotry is denounced overwhelmingly on the left, right? But while the state of Israel, for its own benefits, and people like Ethan, they'll do things like, most Jews are Zionists, 90% of Jews, making the nation state of Israel synonymous with Jewish identity in the diaspora, it seems like it's a really good way to increase anti-Semitism. And people like Hassan taking the time to say that just because, somebody's Jewish doesn't mean they're Zionist or responsible for the, actions of this state, I think is very important.
Them too. All of them are fans of Hassan.
Oh yeah, Bad Empanada seems like a straight up anti-Semite now. I don't normally, I have not seen much anti-Semitism from the left, if really any. That's not true. There was one girl I think I saw was saying some crazy shit, but I saw what Bad Empanada was posting and I'm like, is this dude just like a Nazi now? What's going on?
They're mods of Hassan. They parrot his same talking points. They stream right before him. It's all connected. But Hassan doesn't want you to think it is. He wants you to think he is innocent.
Oh my god, did you just say that Ethan Klein's lawyers added in context about the internet holy war and the lawsuit directly related to Hassan and his hatred of Zionists? And I guess snarkers believe in their heart of hearts that makes it okay for Denims to put a picture of Hitler in front of her bare ass for legal sympathy money. And also, people think
if you don't think leftists are anti-Semitic broadly, BE isn't by the same standard. He literally makes comments that seem to be denunciations of Jews for the immutable characteristic of being Jewish. I don't have any off the top of my head, but I've seen a few that's what would push into the anti-Semitism category.
I think that's really clever. I don't get it. Again, it doesn't really matter where the picture came from. She chose the picture of him. She could have been more clever if she chose a picture of anybody else, but she chose him. If Ethan was any other race, and this was an image of any other genocidal maniac, this would be so not cool. But these people have no set moral principles and have no job and have no joy in life. And whenever I go to x.com and some loser is spending their time attacking Kate Gordon, you're gonna spend your time attacking Kate Gordon. Kate Gordon.
It's already broadly normalized that anti-Semitic rhetoric is acceptable in the left. That is not true. E.g. Goy stuff. What is Goy, the joke? That's not anti-Semitic. Now, there is some, that it originates from anti-Semitic places, but the way it's been co-opted and appropriated now is just slop. Not that anyone, like, actually, the people saying it legitimately hold, like, some, like, I say it, right?
Orton, the leftist streamer from Massachusetts. Okay, let's pop off.
It hints at a real anti-Semitic belief, but the vast majority of people who are doing it are using it as a meme and don't actually subscribe to said anti-Semitic belief.
Slay, okay. Trump is the president and you're gonna spend your time attacking Gorton Here's a Who? Okay, pop off, I guess. I don't know what to say. Anyways, I did see somewhere that Kate previously did not endorse Kamala, which I do find exceedingly...
You look like an anti-Semitic cartoon. You know, Freddie, someone said I was handsome the other day, okay? It's kind of stuck with me all week, so go fuck yourself, little bro.
Cringe. However, a girl can change, and I hope we can at least agree that Trump being the president was a mistake. I hope we can agree that not endorsing Kamala was not the solution we needed, okay? You voted in a sex offender because of a conflict on the other side of the world? That's a choice that I'm never gonna really be able to wrap my head around. Now you have to stew in this. And personally, I would have voted for the person who served as the top law enforcement official for the nation's largest state justice department, securing billions in settlements for homeowners during the foreclosure crisis and successfully defending the Affordable Care Act in court. I'm from Canada. I drink Tim Hortons, okay?
Tim Hortons?
I don't know what to tell.
Yeah, let me just sit on the old Chesterfield after drinking my Tim Hortons. I'm so cheesed right now. It's a bit time people start respecting Canadian culture.
Okay, so now we have come to the part everyone has been...
You are a handsome young man, own it? Really? I wear a paper bag when I leave the house.
...and waiting for my infamous beef with Girl with a Microphone. Okay, and by beef, I mean that one time she said I was an H3 fan. So yes, I am currently seeking damages.
Oh! Epic blackface bacon.
I love how you can shut any of these people down by pointing out that Palestinians are Semitic peoples and, okay. No. Alright? And what I mean by that is you're correct. You were totally correct that Palestinians are also Semitic people, but the term anti-Semitism, although it should be something else, does mean a very specific thing, right? It does not encompass all Semites. So it's not really a great argument. I've heard it before, and we probably agree on this issue, but it's just not a good argument. Because the definition of the word is not that.
I know who that is, and they're cool.
He sucks.
He sucks. And you're dressed like very
Why
Jewish.
did they make me Jewish? Well, I mean, I am.
To make
live
you?
live on the spot reaction. Should we?
There'd be a good argument for changing the word, right? Assigning that meaning to a new word, but for now, the meaning of that word does entail just like bigotry against Jews.
It's Princess Mantis, so it's kind of a bait and switch. She's a fan of H3.
However, I am not done with this segment because I do have something to laugh about when it comes to Kate Gordon, which was the time I posted about how Papa Gut was writing for Chris Kunzler after I made a slop video about him. Papa Gut, rest in peace. Okay,
How do you change a word? I guess by proposing a new one in some sort of academic context and then encouraging greater colloquial usage of the new word in place of the term until eventually it's acknowledged by a dictionary, because that's how people are now using the word.
I didn't know that this was the beginning of a long...
So what would be the... I don't know if there's a word for that, is there? A lot of it is anti-Arab racism, and a lot of it is Islamophobia. I don't know what the word is for specific demonization of the Palestinian peoples.
Strip of dominoes continually falling on each other because Papa Gut, I don't even know what happened to him.
There could be a word. There should be a word. I just don't know what it is.
Well, they look all white to me, okay? But I don't even see color, so...
He reacted to one of my videos and, like, again, Papa has handed his alliance with H3 over to the Gestapo because I guess 2 out of 5 of Ethan Klein's lawsuits were not cut and dry wins. This is pretty lame, considering that if Ethan had won all of them, I'm sure Papa Gut would be still riding for H.
Yeah, if Ethan was like correct, I'm sure Papa Gut would still be riding for H3. Lest a court not force him to face the unavoidable fact that Ethan is wrong.
3, his chats, oh my gosh, when he was reacting to my video, and again, like, he can believe whatever he wants.
It should probably be anti-Semitism. It shouldn't, unless we're giving a new, because it's very different, it's very historically different forms of bigotry against distinct peoples, right? So it would be really confusing to group that under the same word.
I'm always happy if anybody reacts to any of my videos, but they're not good anymore. They are a little bit too anti-Zionist, if you know what I mean. They're a little bit too anti-Zionist. It's kind of crazy. Papa Gut, with peace and love, you've changed, and
it kind of defeats the purpose of words.
Miss you. Anyways, I posted about this a long time ago, how he was writing for Chris Kunstler.
We should want words to be as precise and accurate as possible and have as much conversational utility as possible, and to group that under the same term would kind of defeat that.
And this is how she responded. She said, learn and grow, girly, which is okay. Getting feedback from people you respect can be painful, but the ability to digest.
I've seen some scholars, and I forget the word they used, instead of using the term anti-Semitism, there were 2 new terms proposed, and one distinctly refers to racial Jewish discrimination, like under people who believe that Jews are a race and are racist under the assumption that Jews are a race, and then also religious anti-Semitism, which would have its own term, because that's a wholly, like, although the two have great overlap, historically have existed as very separate things from distinct schools of thought.
And synthesize the stuff that makes sense is a hugely important skill to have as a creative. I've cried so much about people's opinions of my writing, and then she goes on and on and on, which I humored, and I liked it because I like Kate, but with peace and love, I mix a lot, okay? If I learn and grow, ain't no one hearing about it. Ain't no one noticing. I was right about Papa Gut. So yeah, with peace and love, I regret nothing about my Chris Kunstler video, and I will die on that hill with peace and love, with peace and love. Where is Kate Gordon now? Okay, well, as of filming this, Kate is still...
The term does refer under what dictionary? Because it seems like the dictionary reflects the colloquial usage of the term, regardless of what the original people that coined it meant, right? Yeah, Merriam-Webster. Hostility towards or discrimination against Jews. Okay, so that's like appeal to authority, I know. But it seems like under the colloquial definition, most people use in that facet. It seems like academically, it's used in that manner and accepted to be used primarily in that manner. But I know that the term, if you're breaking down exactly what it says literally, would mean, you know, Semites, would encompass all Semites.
Very much in her H3 After Dark era. Her bio now describes her as an offline leftist, a pragmatic progressive, we love that, and a co-host of the H3 After Dark, which is honestly a very funny collection of words. Offline leftist, while being extremely online, is kind of calling yourself a dry swimmer.
Yeah, that would encompass discrimination against Maltese people if we use the word like that.
And spiritually, I respect that. So apparently, season 2 of H3 After Dark starts Monday, July 13th, which as recording this is today. Yippee! Which means Kate is not escaping Ethan Klein's content basement. We love that for you. What I find interesting...
I don't know. Maybe it's because the entire world is viewed through my own frame of reference, and I'm like a narcissistic egomaniac or something. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how you live your entire life in somebody else's orbit or shadow without, like, being depressed. Where, like, people only know you because of that guy over there, rather not be known at all.
About Kate is even now, her content still seems weirdly varied. Gaming, food, streams, and whatever, like, choose your own adventure nonsense her audience is apparently obsessed with. One of her fans said she has a knack for getting completely unheard of results out of choose your own stories. It's wildly entertaining and sometimes shocking. I do think that kind of captures her appeal. Kate is kind of like your funniest aunt got trapped in a live stream, and she's also very politically incredibly traumatized. And she also has like really weirdly specific enemies on the internet. That's what I like about her. That's what I like about you, Kate. I think that you should keep on being someone's mom, even though I don't think you have any children. You know what I mean? Her fans also seem to like that she can criticize women like Denims and Frogan without fully dehumanizing them. One of her fans said, she's made really good comments against Denims and Frogan while still having respect for them as women. I like that she defended Frogan when people were being so terrible to her about her looks and weight. And I also really appreciate this about Guam. I think this is...
I actually don't. I think that if you have backed your... You being anti-fat phobia online seems more like a self-centered value for Guam specifically, as opposed to some like overarching need for justice based on the person and as a product of that, the political views that person aligns themselves with.
Something all content creators, more Pegasus, I don't know, should really start adapting, because ad hominems can get really old after a while. And I say that as somebody who makes a lot of ad hominems, okay? The internet loves to pretend that it has principles until it dislikes a woman. So I appreciate when someone says, I think this person is wrong, without immediately going on and saying, oh, she also looks like a jar of mayonnaise, okay?
You can do both of those things.
That should not be a high bar, but unfortunately,
Allegedly, Frogan was a victim of Zionist terrorism today. Be safe, everyone. What's the deal with that?
We live in hell. There's also the Teddy Glow thing, which...
Hate to break it to you, little bro. A lot of people only know who you are because of Destiny. Sure? Yeah? That's true?
Which is objectively funny.
But that's not the same thing as being an orbiter, right? Being discovered because you're in drama with somebody more notable is not the same thing as being an orbiter.
Ela Klein did send me her makeup line, bitch.
Boom.
Beautiful Ela. That's what they call it. I would never mock a woman's appearance, especially Ela Klein, who I did not get suspended from Twitter for saying she looked like a horse or anything like that.
Got him. This isn't geopolitics or the fall of Rome or anything, but this is the internet holy war, and that is basically the creation of the Tower of Babel.
Check inbox. When will Aiden cover the Kilo humiliate? What is going on with Kilo that everyone's talking about? Oh, the snark. Okay. DGG, I've got a tip for you guys, okay? I kind of owe you since Dan tipped me off about Parry. I'll give you guys a tip off, okay? They are artificially boosting this tweet by linking it on Discord. The snarkers are linking tweets on Discord to be reacted to by streamers, okay? I know this is shocking for some. I know this is reprehensible behavior to many, and I think it's time somebody does something about it. Destiny pulled up in a suit today, and it went exactly how you think. Bro really thought he was... Dude, that tie is so long. What? Did he not get, like, a fitted suit? I mean, he's rich. Seems okay. It doesn't look like it's fitted properly. I'm not like a big suit guy. Interesting. He's got the Henry Kissinger pants aura. Yeah, this is unironically how he's wearing his pants. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Why would he go on stage like that? Do you think it's like a case of he bought a suit for this specific event, never tried it on, and then he like finds out, he showers and puts it on like an hour before, and he realizes, fuck, dude, look at how this thing looks. I'm gonna have to show up to the event like this? It's probably gonna be something like that. blazer looks too big. It just looks off. The whole thing looks off and poorly fitted. What is this? Aristotle, when I tell you I'm literally the reason there was a stream yesterday, I'm being dead ass. I literally had to take charge of everything and make it work because everyone else was waffling around. I was running Wick's stream and I'm... Okay, Akumu, what is this? Interesting. 3-year-old at a wedding vibes. I was the ring bearer at a wedding when I was 3. Not obsessed with Owlish, by the way. I'm scrolling through my inbox and somebody linked this to me. The most I care about Owlish is that Owlish is funny. Owlish is funny to watch, like, spurg out. Now, I gotta use the restroom very quickly, people. So give me 1 second here. I will leave you with this, and we'll be right back for some great Kino coverage coming up. Here in just a moment. I'll be right back, guys. I know I've played this for my BRB every other stream, but... Sorry, it was a minor.
Is that true?
He's literally in the room.
An American flag?
I'm sorry, a plushie symbolizing what?
Wait, I'm sorry, did the plushie give you PTSD?
No, that would be a reference. No.
Steven, a fucking plushie.
She got mad I brought the 12-year-old thing. She got mad I brought the 12-year-old thing.
Wait,
what the fuck
you are referring to the plushie, but the plushie is not Destiny. You're so traumatized. Like, the plushie reminded you of Destiny?
No, the plushie's not Destiny.
Yeah.
The plushie's not Destiny?
Bro,
Thank you for telling me that.
No, bro, that's so embarrassing. No, Aiden, this is so embarrassing.
Dude, this guy's
okay?
already thought the plushie was Destiny.
No, Aiden, actually, Aiden, you referred to the plushie. You referred to Steven out of nowhere, then you referred to the plushie.
What do you think
I don't know where else to go with this.
Do you not understand symbolism?
I didn't even bring up
Destiny. Do you not understand symbolism? No, I brought him up, and then you said, and then you said, is he in the room with us right now? And in your room, behind you right now, is literally in the room right now behind you.
She giving you PTSD? Okay, yeah,
I'm really fucking
go on.
confused.
No, nobody has
Why are we
PTSD.
talking about Destiny again?
God,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Too. I don't know why we're talking about Destiny.
He's just some guy that has no association to any of us. Yeah, what does Destiny have to do with any of us?
Exactly. Exactly.
If you
want
to ask him a question, then ask him a fucking question.
I'm asking why the person that food shops orbits refuses to defend. All right, ladies and germs, we're back. Ladies and germs, isn't that funny? Said instead of gentlemen. My boss is a-logging me. Truk? Breaking. Owly. Okay, come on, Black Cat. Let's be so for real right now. Do you not see why snarkers like find this person funny to like cover or whatever? Really? Come on. Like, you guys have to see this shit. I know like they lie for their side or whatever, but like there's no way you're not noticing. Interesting. Is there any woman in this guy's orbit, like, that isn't trying to fuck? I was arguing with this, like, Deeds Barb person. I find out that she also had some... I don't know. What's going on here? Even Destiny... Like, because notice how on the streams he shows up that I'm on... I think for at least 2 of them, he only showed up like after Owlish got dragged in. Because I guarantee you his thought process, he's watching, and he thinks she looks horrible, so that's why he joins, to fucking save her ass. Like, even he knows. Just making shit up about deeds. Wasn't she in my server talking about, like, how they have their own, like, IRL friend group, and I assume that... Okay. Aiden, did you see when Destiny did a hypothetical and she thought he asked her out for dinner and she was super disappointed? That sounds hilarious. If you have that, you need to link that to me.
And finally, one fan described Kate as having, quote, very small, dainty hands that wield enormous power, which is probably the most H3 coded compliment I have ever heard in my life. Guante. But I think this explains why Kate works for some people. She's not just doing politics. She's not just doing drama. She's not just doing H3 defense. She has this strange mix of like literary lesbian, farm aunt, and someone who is
Toothy Whistle? Go fuck yourself, little bro. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I have a speech impediment. But you know what doesn't have an impediment? My dick. Okay, that's not a great comeback.
To online for their own good, and it's beautiful. And that's a very specific lane, and to her credit, she built that lane herself. So what is the story of Girl with a Microphone? Kate Gorton started as a writer and an activist with a microphone, a sense of humor, and apparently no idea that the internet would eventually turn her into a reoccurring character in the H3 extended universe. She went from thoughtful fiction and Trump rally drive-bys to raising money for progressive causes. Then somehow ended up in the middle of the stupidest, pettiest, and most exhausting online war imaginable. And honestly, this is kind of a tragedy and a comedy.
I can't even do the last 3 minutes. This unironically, stop making videos. I literally was looking for everything else to talk about in the course of, I thought, okay, it's just me. Nobody's talking about the video. Quit. Stop making videos. You're too boring. Your videos should not be this fucking boring. If the topic doesn't give you a whole lot, then you shouldn't be covering it. Even the word no does not... Okay, good one. Okay, so this LibCon thing, which one of the seething DGGers in my chat has to help me out here. I still don't know what this is. A lot of people went, okay, and it was certain... I'm kind of upset. Where was my invite, okay? What about me, alright? Yeah, I may be a snarker, but you know what else I am? I'm a person that likes being invited to things. So, we got this clip coming out of it all from streaming sensation Darius. Let's take a look.
I jumped in and I remember I was looking like a couch before.
Now's your chance. We're going to push Darius into the pool.
Who is watching this? You can't even hear anybody.
Snark him out.
Is that it? Great stuff, man. Okay, we got this other clip coming in.
Sorry, I gotta go through all my images I sent to myself to pull up my ID. Oh, there's a picture of me with my ID. My Texas ID. Picture of me with my ID.
I'm gonna take a picture if you don't mind. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
no problem.
Hi!
Okay.
It seems a little blurry. There we go.
So they're IDing him. Okay, I'm being told apparently the reason was that he was filming kids. I don't know if that's true. I think this person just used the term kids because the people look young.
No problem. Okay. Yeah, I just have like a lot of viewers and a lot of people like say crazy shit. It happened to me in Texas.
Now you're in DC.
If you focus more on politics than snarking, DGG would embrace. You don't think I know these things? You don't think I know these things? Of course I know these things. People have tried to turn me, so to speak. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, well,
Many in DGG secretly like me. They'll never admit it. I'm of the personal theory that Destiny is secretly a fan of mine. I'm not even kidding.
I mean, you guys can just like, again, if people are gonna say crazy shit, I can't control that.
Yeah, but then
you absolutely can control
that. Might also bring some attention to something.
I mean, that goes for anybody that's gonna go to the event,
so that's
right?
what we're trying to avoid. So that's what we got.
Yeah, that was our shit, but just talking. Which sounds like what we're doing right now, right? But
somehow they grabbed the car.
Yeah, no problem. Wait, so we're not clarifying what people.
Interesting. He knows his fans are. Yes, I. That's been made wildly apparent to me that he does. Say what you want about Destiny, he does have the awareness of who his company is, and how that looks for him. You could tell by his behavior. Aiden travels the world and gets domed off by fans, and they cry about it. Meanwhile, they are doing this. True. Do you think you would outrank food shops in DGG if I was locked in? Oh, so fucking easily. If I tried to do what food shops was doing now, in like the defense of Destiny, if I was like bad faith, I could say what I wanted and bullshit my whole way through it, I would be so much more effective than food shops that this guy might even hire me. I just have morals. I have a moral compass, right? It's hard to believe. Bro, you smile every... Yeah, because I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. I have a crush. What else? What are the other talking points? We got linked this in the old inbox. Prisoner exposes... Okay, this is a video coming in from Valdosta State Prison in Georgia, filmed by inmates in the prison. This was put in my inbox. Let's take a look. By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, great way to help us out is to like, subscribe, and tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. Can't even... Oh.
Valdosta State Prison. I'm saying... Yeah, man. Live from the V-Live. Fuck Valdosta State Prison. I'm saying again. Fuck Valdosta State. Look what I'm walking in. You see this? Y'all see this shit? Bro, we ain't got no...
Bro, he's gonna get trench foot in there.
No help, no nothing, bro. Look at this shit. I want y'all to see this. Look how the shoot. I'm in the hole now. I'm supposed to be in the hole. We ain't got no help. We ain't got no police. We ain't got nobody check. Now watch the shoe float on water. Why the fuck is my shoe floating on the fucking water in the room, bro? Why the fuck? Why the fuck am I kicking water in the room, bro?
This is cruel and unusual punishment.
Ain't no fucking help, bro. Hold on, this shit get worse. Hold on. Look at the door. Fuck these niggas. God, look at the door. Look how dirty.
What the fuck? I was thinking maybe they're having like a temporary flood or something. This is just like accumulated trash and shit.
Water everywhere. Water everywhere. Trash everywhere. Shit fucked up. Get me back on camera. Yeah. Free me.
I don't care what the crime seal did. When the prison systems and police, we give them a degree of societal power that we don't have. So our burden and expectations for them and how justice and imprisonment should be conducted should be set very high. Prisons should be livable, humane places.
They locked me up.
Yo, thank you for the 10! Doobie. Not gonna lie, you remind me of a young Destiny, but from the good timeline where he isn't the age play Ayatollah, isn't a sociopath, and doesn't regularly violate the consent of his friends. I sort of appreciate that. I don't want to be the young Desi for other reasons, but those other reasons you sort of debunked. So I want to be the new Aiden.
And put me in a hole with no D.
All right, we saw that. Yeah, prisons need to be. Have you guys like prisons in the South, especially, are just like some of the living conditions are insane. Especially Angola and Louisiana. That place is like I saw some documentary about it. That place is like a nightmare. Aiden is like 21 and already has multiple controversies under his belt. Yeah, I've been an online figure for 9 years. And in 9 of those years, I was in a position where I was relatively more known than your average like Humegawol. So it would be surprising if I didn't have my fair share of controversies. Because you have to remember as well, majority of my presence online is when I was underage. At this point now, no, because I'm 21 now. I still think it's I've been majority of my time online. I was a kid still, but I mean, I'd be surprised if I had no controversies. But like relative to some of the shit that other people get, I can live. I can live with my past.
Or know nothing. I'm sitting in the hole.
Was Tommy C coming at you when you were a minor or once you were 18? I was beefing with Tommy when I was 12 for a bit as well. Fuck. Doxing freak and me too, boss. Black Cat says yup. True? True? Thank you, Sister Godiva, for the okay, let's check this out. At 2 minutes.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I didn't catch your answer. Are you traveling right now?
Yep.
Where are you?
I'm in LA.
Ooh, okay. Defendant has not demonstrated good cause. Rule 26C requires a specific showing of good cause, not conclusory claims of inconvenience. Defendant offers and has none. He confirmed availability for November 24th. I'm going to be totally honest, okay? As I'm reading through this, like, stupid fucking document, like, all the fucking dates just fucking pass me by, okay? Like, at some point, I just stopped keeping... I just can't keep track of any of the dates. I'm sorry. It's just... There's just so many fucking stupid fucking dates. Like, no one's gonna remember anything anyway. It's just... I don't care.
I think this is the best punishment for Destiny. Unironically, being stuck with food shops. Just being stuck with food shops.
Yeah, unilaterally noticed plaintiff for November 3rd, knowing she was unavailable. His claim of
You want
undue...
to? This is basically how all this works, okay? Are you
Yeah.
What city did you say you live in again? Do you say?
I live in Cali.
Okay.
What?
It's the 12th. On the 15th, you want to go out to eat?
Huh? What?
On the 15th. Imagine, I'm asking you. On the 15th, you want to go out to eat?
Yeah. Are...
Wait, we need Dude, we need some really like obnoxious like sound effects.
The 15th, it's the 12th. This is basically you want to go out to eat.
We need an old car horn sound effect. Hold on, just to add to
it. Yeah. Are you where?
Okay.
Where
Yes.
are you?
On the 15th.
Where are you?
Yes. Yeah.
Where are you on the 15th?
Okay. All right. I'm not available to eat until like the 30th. So should I go on the 30th or the 29th?
What? You're not. Wait. Sorry. Can you repeat that?
I'm not available to eat until the 29th or the 30th. So which day should I go?
Any day would be fine. Just whatever is up to your choosing, I guess.
Rare Destiny W? Rare Destiny W.
It's not a problem.
Okay, I'll do the 30th then.
Okay. Are you?
But you're going alone on the 15th.
Why are you? Don't bring anyone with you. Make sure you're alone, okay? It's just what was.
No, I mean, like, I'm not going to be there on the. I'm not going to be on the 15th, but I just agreed to go on the 30th. But you're going alone on the 15th. This is the game that their lawyers played. Is we were trying to set up a deposition, and they said, okay, well, does like the third or the sixth.
Okay, you're trying to demonstrate.
He's giving her a hypothetical about Pixie, and he thinks, dude, that's so sad.
Okay, you're trying to demonstrate the point.
She thought she was, dude. She thinks she's on the team.
Right here, right?
Yes. And then so we agreed, yeah, the 3rd is fine for us. How about for you guys? And they're like, how about next month? And we're like, or the 6th, we said the 6th is okay. And they're like, well, hold on, what are we
Dude, the funny thing she does as well is when she like posts her like anytime, Destiny DMing her back is so rare that anytime he does it, she makes sure to post it. And like she ended up for whatever reason like totally self-owning the other week and posting that like there's a whole chain of messages to Destiny that he just never replies to.
next month? Like we should do them together. And they're like, well, we're not available this month. It's like, wait, what do you mean you're not available this
Is she gonna cry?
month? It's too burdensome. It's like, what, you sued me in Florida. Okay, fine, maybe the 24th or 27th. I was like, okay, we can do the weekend the 24th or 27th. They're like, no, you already agreed to the 6th, so yours is going to be on the 6th. And this is the game they're playing. It's fucking retarded. They're like, well, no, we wouldn't have agreed to this if we didn't even really agree to this, but we're not going to do this in like
If he makes her cry, it might be wanting me back here.
3 weeks apart. It's fucking retarded, you know?
$10 from Doobie. Okay, food shops is a head ass, but that was painful to watch. I feel bad. I mean, there's an instinct to feel bad because you're like empathy. You put yourself in that person's shoes, and then you realize it's food shops, and that goes out the fucking window in 2 seconds.
Sure, bro. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading, okay?
We're gonna save this gem for next time I talk to her.
His claim of undue burden or expense. Moreover, out-of-state council's desire to have the party's deposition scheduled.
That is just pathetic, man. Professor Valkyrie at Streamer Oh, dude, what is this Streamer University shit? What is this? What would Aiden do with Destiny and food shops? KF is dying. I don't like KF, so...
We're working well. This camera angle's crazy.
Alright, so move!
Yeah, let's...
Ignore that? Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, and ignore this one too? Okay. Couldn't comment pictures on Instagram. Go to look up a solution. Can't use Google autofills. Can't use images involving children in Hindi. Top result is an Indian YouTube tutorial on how to make 18+ AI animated videos of children. Warns audience if the subject has ripped clothes, it will not generate the video. Shows video evidence of him doing it successfully. Genuinely unbelievable. Go type in can't use image and see for yourself. Indians generate so much AI CP that okay, I don't know if this is a peer-reviewed method of making any general claim about what tons of people are or not doing, but it's funny snark. Okay, so we have a new food shops argument. Wait, is James denying being Denal again? He literally posted my account. He's like, I commented on my account that on the Denal account, and it was a screenshot of him commenting on James Della's. Listen, I'm not an Indian guy or whatever. You could link that one to JStalk. Hang on, folks. Sorry. Saying. I don't remember what I was saying. All right. I own you. So true. All right. So we have. What is this?
Princess Mantis, how do you wipe? From back to front or front to back?
Why does every time I see an interview with this Alex the Fiction guy, like he did the Bo Blacks interview, and I was like, oh, he's gonna ask Bobby about the drama. He's gonna ask Bobby about the drama. His questions are just shit like this.
Okay, I saw this question asked in an interview that you did, and the person said that if you wipe front to floor,
why are you answering this?
Right? Like it's really bad if you're a woman.
Yeah, if you're a woman, back to front, because I think that I don't have that utility, right? But the theory is, if you wipe from your back to your front, you might get poop particles in your hoo-ha.
What the this is my H3 after show, bro. This is my H3 endorsed interviewer, bro.
That's what but okay, I think I do wipe. That's how I wipe. But ever since I saw whoever it was who
her avatar is very creative, okay? I'll give her that.
And maybe it was girl with a microphone. I've been thinking about that. And I'm like, maybe I should change my technique.
Hey, if it's
Yo, thank you so much for the 50 kroner, Sister Godiva. Is Denal the guy who got so mad for being kicked for being a creep that he spends yes.
It's been working for you, and you've never gotten an infection from doing so.
5 from Jimberly. I'm hearing a lot of people say that Denal is some Bay Area SWE that owns birds and used to habitually expose himself in DMs to tons of people. Yes.
You don't gotta bow down to the masses. You do what you think is best.
That's not a dox, by the way, because the guy who Denal is says where he's from.
Best.
Yo, we love a nonconformist king.
So true. All right, very enlightening, Princess Mantis. I feel like I know so much about you now, but
interesting stuff. So, is like the strat to get away with sexually harassing women to just like be an interviewer? In other news, well, I saw this in the Jimmy O inbox, or somebody put it in Icy, and then for some reason the inbox feature didn't work, so now it's not in my inbox. But somebody told me to watch this, and I've never seen this person before. Notorious. Damn.
In school. What's up, guys? Everyone has their worst years in school, whether that would be in high school, elementary school, or for me, middle school, or to some people, junior high. For me, that would be 6th grade.
Aiden docked Starbased? No, I didn't. Somebody donated saying, is this the guy from the Bay Area? Starbased says he's from the Bay Area to everybody. He like brags about it. That's not a dox.
Grade. So many
you can't dox. DG needs to understand, you cannot dox people with information they've decided to give out themselves as a part of their online presence. I'm not talking about their personal online presence. I'm talking about their facing online presence that we would know about.
Things happened during that year that made 6th grade the worst school year I have had of all time. We began on the first day of school.
6th grade was my worst school year of all time as well, unironically.
Right before first period, I went out of the classroom just to check on my locker, just to make sure.
I had this math teacher. I was really overwhelmed by the whole, now we have multiple classes thing. You've got like a locker or whatever. The girl in the locker above me could not keep her locker organized for shit, and it all fell out of my head one day. But I had this math teacher. I'm not going to dox, he's a very specific name, okay? It's a very specific name. This guy, I don't know who, like, pissed in his cereal or whatever. This was the meanest teacher you could ever imagine. On the first day of class, he's like, kids come into here every year and they think they're entitled because mommy and daddy tell them that they're the best. You're not, okay? You're not. You can show that you can do well with your work in this class. And it's like the sentiment, okay. But like the way he was saying it was most embittered, like, and it was like, dude, okay, maybe this is just like a first day introduction or whatever. I showed up to class like 5 seconds after the bell rung, the bell that you have to be in class rung one day. It was like the second day or the first day. And this guy was like, so you came to my class late. And I said, yeah, I'm sorry. I was really rushed. My fucking locker's on the other side of school. And in front of the whole class, he's like, so you think you're going to go to high school and then college, and you can't even do something as simple as show up to my class on time or some shit. Some girl left his room crying one day. It was bad. It was really bad.
I had everything I needed for class, and then the bell rang. The teacher in my first period class, who I will call Mrs. Fewer, had given me a tardy slip on the first day just because I was checking my locker when the bell rang, when I was outside the classroom and my locker was not too far from the classroom. I can understand on any other day, but she should not have given me a tardy slip on the first day of school because I have just started the first day like everyone else.
True.
There should be an exception for that because it was the first day and I just wasn't in class when the bell rang. Things were already going downhill from there. The good thing was that Mrs. Fuhrer did not last long, and we ended up getting
Mrs. Fuhrer?
A substitute for a while before getting a permanent teacher who was really understanding for the rest of the year. I would meet my other teachers, such as a teacher that taught life skills in a success class, the math teacher.
Great stuff. Okay, what else do we got? What else do we got?
Yo, chat, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to stream.
Oh,
what the fuck are you guys doing? What? Where am I? Huh? What the fuck am I even wearing?
What is going on? Was the script for this, like, written by AI?
Who are you guys?
Don't be silly, Chris. It's me,
Because the whole thing's generated
Rocco.
by it. I assume the script.
Mom and your lizard brother thing. You two should eat up. You have a big first day at school today.
What the fuck is going on? Yeah, dude, don't you love your skinning tall your skin your what love now?
Here? Have you even looked around you? Ow! Why does it have to be you?
Why? What? I have no idea what's happening.
I need to eat some fucking chalk, and you stole that shit!
Great stuff, Techie. Great stuff. The wonderful, talented, consent-respecting Tectone. Back at it again. Who the fuck is North? I keep remembering about this North guy. Is this the same Mantis that Tom Foolery accidentally showed a porn vid of and then pretended it was some... no, that's a different Mantis. There are like 3 people in this general space named Mantis. North was Connor's... I heard that somebody doxed this North guy the other day by accident. Somebody from DGG, like, allegedly reposted, like, an unblur. I think it was Owlish. She like put out his like uncensored like name tag or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if that's snark or if this guy's name's just already out there. I said allegedly. I said allegedly. Does that sound to you like I conclusively believe that to be true? It's been out there. Yeah, it could have gone either way. Like, Owlish is stupid enough to do some shit like that, but also, like, why would a guy wear a name tag if his name was Docs? Okay, I got sent this. They finally got J-Stock. $10 from Doobie. North is the goober who backstabbed... Oh, wait, hold on.
On February...
Who backstabbed Connor and was doxxed by Owlish as a reward. Well, we're hearing that that's actually Snark. So I don't know. North Live is probably the only man that can defeat you in a one-on-one. We'll never find out, though, since you're too cowardly to debate him. I'll debate him. I just don't know who he is or what we disagree on. I'll debate him.
26th, 2025, in Juneau County, Wisconsin, officers responded to a residence to execute a search warrant after receiving a tip from Discord regarding illegal and disturbing material being sent
First time Discord has ever tipped off law enforcement about the happenings on their site.
and viewed on their platform.
Has Chud finished his move yet, by the way? I don't know. I haven't watched Chud Logic since he moved to kick, so I don't know what the deal is with that.
Sheriff's Office search warrant. Door there.
Can we get a pedophile house review? The house is pretty tidy, all things considered. It has a vintage look that I think is a little depressing, but, you know, it's not the worst I've seen.
That's the upstairs, so let's clear that. Stand by.
Okay, never. You know, I'm looking at it more. No, it's not that bad.
Dog. Hi, big dog. Hi, big dog. Hi there, baby dog.
All right, where do they talk to the guy? He did it. That guy did it. He did it.
Got you down. Obviously, this is a search warrant, so we're just gonna make sure.
If this guy is using Discord, this guy is a pedophile.
You don't have any weapons on you. Okay. Okay.
He did that shit.
Okay. All right. We'll go in the residence there. You can use the bathroom and.
Except that, do I need to call my wife and have her come?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a copy of the search warrant right there. Okay. All right.
Never mind. What is that? What's going on in this kitchen?
So you can look at that if you want, but I can let you know what this is. So I'm part of the Internet Against Children Task Force. Okay, and so what we received is a cyber tip regarding activity on Discord. Okay, we did a Discord search warrant, and I found some concerning chat logs and photos and images, which led us.
We're being told that this guy was a member of the politics server. Okay, we're being told Doobie did this.
Here. Okay, so now we've already done the search warrant. We've already done the office, and we have already found the external hard drives. So I already know a very small picture on the preview of what's on the external hard drive. Okay, so that's what this is in reference to. Okay. All right.
I don't know, how do these guys always keep their composure? I mean, not always, to be fair, but they're like so. I guess it's partially like shock. I don't know, if you've ever been in like a situation where the world feels like it's ending for you, like it's such a bad situation, you don't even know what's gonna happen next. You get this feeling. I don't know if this is for everybody, but everything slows down, and you get this feeling like you're watching it happen, like through your own eyes, like you're not really there or whatever, and you feel very disconnected from it, not emotional. I'd imagine for some of these guys, when they finally get caught, maybe that's what's going on a little bit.
So right now you are
$10 from Doobie. Whoa, where's my... Unless North was using a fake name on his tag at NeoLibCon, it's not a snark. Well, apparently his name's already out there. That's what would be the contention, is whether or not it was a dox. But if his name was not out there and she left it unblurred, then yeah. But I highly, like, the reason I didn't immediately trust that is because I highly, like, doubt anyone who actually cares about their name like that would, like, wear it at a name tag at, like, official events associated with their online presence, right? Dude in the video was my top guy. He stored my whole collection for me. Good one, Batman.
Be placed under arrest, preliminary as to what was found on that one hard drive. If you want, we can have a conversation at the office about everything else, but that's entirely up to you. Okay? But right now you are going to be placed under arrest for what's on the at least one of the hard drives.
Okay. Do I have any rights to representation?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And if that's what you
It's
want.
just a disorganized house, not necessarily a dirty one. Like, everything looks like it is where it's supposed to be. Like, there's no, like, garbage or anything. It's just that he has too much stuff, and it doesn't look good. There's just too much going on here.
Then that's what we'll do, and we'll just leave it at that. That you want an attorney right now. Okay? And that's absolutely 100% that you're...
Notice how people actually believe she doxed. Seems like Snark is just spreading misinfo/lies. I'm sorry. Why are we pretending like DGG, when I was arguing with Destiny, was not accepting any negative claim about me at all, and the worst version of it possible? I literally clarified. I said allegedly when I restated this, and we've clarified that apparently he does strip, so it wouldn't be a dox.
Right. Okay. Okay? So...
Whataboutism? Yeah, it's a black cat whataboutism. Okay? I'm taking your tactic. Okay, because every time you talk to Black Cat, it's like, what about Chase Dog? What about Doobie?
We are going to take your phone. Your phone's in the car. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we are going to take your phone. All right. And then we'll go from there. All right. Is there a passcode on the phone?
There is.
Okay. Are you willing to provide the passcode or no?
I don't care.
Okay. Is it a numeric or is it a...
Well, this guy got life in prison. Darius's teeth. Oh, we got linked. This looks like it could be good. Okay. Apparently, there was another disaster that happened at LibCon pertaining to our top gal food shops. Let's take a look. We couldn't open this. Awesome, dude. So cool. Oh, there we go.
They were all possibly nothing burgers, but Darius kept instigating topics surrounding you and doing nothing but laughing at pedophile jokes surrounding you. I saved a few, but there was a lot more. I'm not sure if any of this matters to you, but pretty sure you've spoken out against this sort of thing before.
Okay, so this is going to be a pro strat. If you don't want to be called a pedophile online, you should ID people that you're in intimate sexual relationships with, or have confirmation of their age if you know them well enough to be getting into a fucking relationship with them. B, if you know that they're a minor, you shouldn't be talking to them. C, you shouldn't be making statements about wanting to wrap yourself around 12-year-olds and calling yourself a pedophile. I don't know if she did get invited. They probably didn't invite her. If they did invite her, she would not be the type that would go outside and do IRL stuff.
I saw Demon Slayer.
Food shops here. I hope you enjoy my sloppy seconds, nigga. She's 12, by the way.
Dude, it's the Abraham.
Radiant getting his shit tugged in the back.
Good one.
What the fuck? Who the fuck is snarking on me like this? The fuck? When was this? Probably yesterday.
She's like watching from outside as like they laugh about her being a PETA. Didn't get invited. Thought Destiny was asking her to show up. He wasn't. Gets rejected on stream. And now, like an abandoned puppy with its face pressed against the glass, she's sitting in the chair watching as they laugh at her being a PETA.
Kind of weird. No? There was a lot of that, but like I wasn't even in. I wasn't even a part of the crew though. I wasn't
She's
even a part of the
self-aware.
crew. What?
You need to get there quick. At least this one does not jerk off to children.
Jesus.
That hand ain't hoovery.
I mean, like, Darius is trying not to laugh, bro. Like, you can tell, like, whenever there's something like this that drops, like, Darius is trying not to laugh. Persec is just openly laughing.
Food shops realizing that nobody actually likes her and keeps her around because she's useful to the guy that they base their entire life around. Food shops realizing that she has no redeeming qualities and is never going to gain any legitimate respect from people.
Laughing. Oh my lord. Yeah. Like, okay, listen, okay, I don't blame people for laughing, okay? Like, if somebody wants to laugh at something, like, that's fine, but I hope that people know, I hope that people know that from anybody looking at this from the outside, they look deranged.
No, they don't. What? What neutral party watches them laughing about a pedo joke and thinks they're the deranged ones? They would probably think that the subject of the joke or the guy that donated pretending like Foodie was getting his like seconds would be deranged. That is not deranged. What are you talking about?
Okay. Like, I'm just saying, like, if there is like some TTS blaring in the background about how this stranger that you've never met is like a PDF, okay, you just look deranged.
No, because all we do is we play that same stranger talking about wanting to wrap themselves around a 12-year-old as people listen and hear that they're not laughing. There is no irony in their voice. There is no clarification that they're joking at any point until they're pressed on it. They just need to play that video, and people will be more disgusted by the person that made that comment, as opposed to the people laughing about said person being a pedophile.
Okay. Yeah. But I will say, like, I will say I do take issue with the fact that they don't fucking defend me on the spot. Like, I feel like if you
What is the defense? Okay, even if food shops did nothing wrong, there is no, like, way she can defend herself. And listen, there's a problem with, like, she shouldn't be forced to prove a negative, and I agree completely. That's why I'm not definitively stating she knew the age, even though it seems to point more in that direction than not, right? I'm not, or at least suspected the age, and chose to remain willfully ignorant. That seems to be almost certainly confirmed, right? But there is no good, this will look horrible. There is no mitigating, irrefutable evidence that has come out that completely supports your side or supports your side of it at all, right? The evidence that Food Shop sent of vindicating her on the allegation specifically, this was the screenshot that she's been sending around as her vindicating proof. So you would assume this is like her best evidence from that entire like saga with the Ica person. And it's just this. We covered this before, but just to remind you, Food Shop sent this to me saying it's Ica admitting to lying about being an adult. Right? So let's look. And if this wasn't she saw it in the moment and misunderstood it, she sent this around multiple times across the span of months in multiple contexts as her like vindicating, piece of evidence or whatever. But the screenshot she sends is Ica saying, if I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, you wouldn't be so rude and distant. That is not Ica. This is her vindicating evidence. Why people like Darius should be defending her. This is the minor that you were in a relationship with, stating that they personally believe the reason you've distanced yourself from them is because they turned 18, not that they lied about being an adult. This screenshot makes food shops look worse. Even Destiny says he doesn't defend food shops on the allegations. Which, once again, I don't even know if that's true. But he wanted it to be if he lied about it. So it probably implies he knows there's not really a great defense.
Ray cracking Mox just confirmed.
Never met is like a PDA. Yeah. But I will.
Yes, he says he doesn't know and doesn't defend her off of that reasoning, right? So you would assume that the reason he doesn't do it is probably because he doesn't have any evidence that would necessitate or support any, like, some kind of a defense on that. So he doesn't know. So the notion that there is some vindicating screenshot for food shops is incorrect, or that people should be inherently defending her.
I will say, like, I will say,
hasn't looked into it. He's been DM'd the details of it, like, confirmed.
I do.
That he's responded to. Thank you for the 10, Jimberly. Getting your start being edgy, then trying to sanitize your rep when finally having attention is a valid path, but you have to be much smarter, a ton more juice than food shops pulled up. Yes, and it's much harder when it involves things like pertaining to kids, right? Like, I have an edgier past, but you can work with that, right? The thing that you have a hard time working with is any sort of allegation of wrongdoing in kids.
do you take issue with the fact that they don't fucking defend me on the spot? Like, I feel like if you really want to prevent some degree of slander, you would be like, yeah, but like, I don't think.
I was looking for, is there leaks? To me personally, I don't know if they've been posted to the public yet. You could just think I'm lying.
I don't think food shops is this or that, right?
But yeah, I have seen confirmation of that.
Ew.
So if it turns out that didn't happen, you get to call me a liar. But I'm not gonna, if off some small factoid like that, I'm not gonna fucking risk that.
Yeah, maybe it's because I'm too used to this kind of shit. I don't know, man. It wasn't just directed at you, if that helps. Bunch of TTS calling Mooks a whore and saying Radiant would get STDs. The fuck?
Ray cracking Mox just confirms he's a pedophile, and him defending food shops makes sense now.
Wait, Mox or Mooks? Who the fuck is Mox, though?
Ray cracking Mox just confirms he's a pedophile, and him defending food shops
I believe you, but would have to see. Well, that's fine.
makes sense now.
I don't even know what that TTS wasn't even translated correctly. Dude, what? Read?
I saw Demon Slayer.
Food shops here.
Oh yeah, we already watched this one. Wait, 2, 1. Oh my lord. Yeah, it's kind of weird. No, they're laughing at Radiant. Put his arm around Mookslol, then grabbed her butt. Okay. If everybody was getting equally snarked on, listen, okay? If everybody was getting equally snarked on, I'm a little bit more okay with that.
But as much as I don't like anybody involved in DGG, food shops arguably, besides Destiny himself, to my knowledge, food shops arguably is the most like nuclear past, right? The past that and the biggest lack of redeeming qualities that would allow you to be seen for something outside of that past. So, unless like Destiny himself understands food shops as convenience as a defender, but the average DGGer, many will, because Destiny supporters will support it, but some with no stakes in the game see it for what it is and will say aside. But food shops is the most easy to snark on of all of them.
Like, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it if everybody was getting equally snarked on. If everybody was getting equally...
Yep, not all of them have a history indicative of pedophilia. That's the thing, right?
Snarked on? Like, I don't really give a fuck. No. It is kind of weird.
I actually have a great question. Unironically, incredible question, because I know there are some DGGers watching. What is a good thing that food shops done? Or like a thing that would indicate some talent or skill or something like worth giving a chance? If you had to pick a redeeming quality for food, I said this before, even with Destiny, I can find redeemable characteristics about his personality or whatever. I can't with her. There's no intelligence. She's so fucking stupid. Not only is she like a bad faith liar, but she also has the history that she has involving openly talks and tries to justify the fact that she like jerks it to like sexualized depictions of prepubescent kids and lied that a medical provider had actually told her to do it. right? But on top of all that, she's just really bad at argumentation. She's real, and I'm not saying that because I don't like her, because there's other people I hate that I will give to them. They're good at arguing. She can't argue for shit.
Hear that, like, I'm not there and they're still like fucking snarking on my shit, but yeah.
Pretty brave to defend Destiny in the current. Okay, so Black Cat, you're acknowledging that Destiny at the moment, there are tons of people that hate him and the people associated with him. You say pretty brave, but I want to propose a different way to think about that. Food shops is undigestible to any other community, and the only one she could be accepted in is one that is already cut off from the outsiders. So do you think it's bravery so much as it is convenience? Because what other mainstream community would she be able to exist in for this long?
But that kind of points towards like the derangement, I guess, of snarkers specifically.
It's insane how Steven can't see that her being on his side works. He does see that. He just doesn't want to have no small channel defenders that get into the weeds and like fight the, that deal with all the bullshit that he doesn't have time to, right? He absolutely sees it. The I have no knights, no defenders, just food shops or something. Like he just said, like as if food shops didn't come to mind immediately for him, because he realizes food shops is not very useful to have as like your defender.
Maybe in Darius's chat, I think. Could it be his own viewers? Maybe.
Enjoy my new tweet. Say that I like how the bot acts like it's just dropped a bombshell on, and then you go to the tweet, and the tweet is just like. Let's see this. Oh my god, it's over. It's over. I like the sarcastic good as if I'm totally fucked. I'm fucked after this one, guys. Let's take a look. Please stop tweeting things like this, Tanal. Anything but this. And it's literally wait, let's take a quick look. Wait, fuck. Why do I have so many? Oh, there we go. Doxing clown. Aiden Underground is a pathetic loser, totally not seething by the way, who just hit a brand new low live on stream. He completely allowed his platform to be weaponized for targeted doxing. Okay, I want to see the targeted doxing that's occurring. He sat back while Doobie used his broadcast to spread explicit doxing allegations against Owlish and North. Your bot is fucking up. That wouldn't be doxing. That would be, under your narrative, a false allegation of doxing. What? And then against Owlish and North. No, the allegation was that Owlish had done it to North, not that North was doxing. They actively displayed actually when somebody tips, their super chat is displayed. It's like I hit the check mark to allow it through. They actively displayed a $10 super chat explaining how to trace private information. Doobie openly pushed data leaks under the garbage excuse that a photo was left unblurred. The entire circle thrives on malicious leaks and targeting real identities. Aiden cannot claim to be a commentary channel when he hosts a live doxing pipeline. He has zero integrity left. His irrelevant stream is just a breeding ground for coordinated harassment. The receipts are live for everyone to see. How is he allowed to do that at Team YouTube? Dude, the account will just like at YouTube or at Ethan begging him to sue me. Let's look at Doobie's comment. North is the goober who backstabbed Connor and was doxxed by Owlish as a reward. So he sat back. Well, so this is a lie. You just lied. I actively disagreed with Doobie's claim here. I said I don't think it's doxing because apparently the dude's name. I literally said that. Unless North is using a fake name on his tag at NeoLibCon, it's not Snark. Owlish posted a pic with him and left it unblurred. It's a shame because that pic would definitely leave MAGA shaking. So the allegation is that Owlish once again, posted a photo of somebody at a convention that had their name tag on it. How does Denal describe somebody saying that? Saying what I just said? How does Denal describe that? Showing how to trace private information by looking at a photo? What? It's this simple. If he's public about his name, it's fine. If he's not, then it's not. We don't know. Doesn't seem like anyone agrees. If Hellbent docks Seoul, then Owlish docks North. I don't even, in fairness, even if his name was private, I still wouldn't consider that doxing because I don't think she had bad intentions. I just think that's, like, insane, like, stupid fucking recklessness. Like, what a fucking dumb idiot. Bro, you reacted to this thrash dox. Is the bot glitching? Like, this doesn't make any sense. I actually don't... Are we, like, having... Okay. Anyways, we also were sent this. Let's take a look.
How did food shops go from...
Anyways, I thought, is Denal denying being James? Because we literally have tweets of him confirming that he's James, posting it under James' fucking account.
Like, you're literally always, like, your #1 hater.
That's
well,
actually
they say shotos and lollies don't go
wait,
along.
what do you mean by I think she's always hating me, honestly, but I don't know what to say. You know?
Well, what happened? Like, she was like...
You were like her biggest offender, and now she like hates you.
Yo, stop. I'm gonna start talking.
No, what? That's true. What?
Keep going, man.
Did something happen?
Well, no. I mean, she's annoying. What do you want me to say?
He was earlier. This is how you... Okay, this is how you just, like... I don't even think that's a bot. It's too advanced. How would it screenshot? Like, part of it is human input. Part of it is, like, automated generator responses. Like, what we just read. That doesn't look human. Because, like, if he like, the person watching that would understand the context wouldn't say that there's doxing happening, and then the allegation of doxing is that somebody accused somebody else of it.
What's annoying about her? You think she's annoying?
From Dibby, you're misunderstanding Denal/Starbase. Like Owlish thinks doxing is when you look at someone's public Twitter posts and say, ew, cringe. True.
I think you should watch her.
I watch her. I'm a big fan of her content.
I think you should watch her and develop your own opinion.
I watch her every stream she goes live.
Aiden reacts to a bot? Well, if you're the real person behind the bot, why don't you call in? You seem to disagree with me on literally everything. Like, I don't think there's ever a take I've given that you've agreed with. You've literally obviously taken the opposite side to take just because I've given it. Why don't you call in and talk to me about your grievances?
I get notifications. I say,
You get
oh.
notifications in the house.
I say, oh, we got.
It's hooked up with the sounds in the living room. The sound system.
I pull her up on the big TV in the living room.
We all watch it together.
Okay, I'm glad you guys are huge food shops.
You know how sometimes Darius goes live and then he immediately goes offline? It's because food shops also
Food shops is a pedophile.
and we all watch it.
That makes sense. Darius is
Radiant, you give off chill pedophile vibes like you low-key like kids, but...
Why is James focused on Aiden, though? Out of it, I actually have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
No, anything else went live. Fuck. God damn.
Anything else live? Bye.
James, you have to remember that the overcorrection to make yourself not look like Starbase by calling yourself a pedophile contradicts the narrative that the reason Starbase knew, the reason you knew information that only Starbase could have known is because the two of you are friends that talk in DMs. You're getting the excuses mixed up.
Is that podcast with that guy?
Crazy stuff. Black Cat, you actually think he cares about the snarkers? It's about, he's using this, you guys have people that have never liked you guys or didn't care about you guys that because they don't like the people that you're going against are running and adopting the positions of your side that they don't know or care about. It was the same thing with Soul Skibbity. Soul Skibbity himself, like, called food shops a pedo at one point. He said it was an arson. He doesn't give a fuck who you guys are, what DGG is. Just knows that they're against us, right? So you have a lot of people like that where their motives are actually personal as opposed to like a disagreement with any argument that's been given, and it sort of channels through. You can see it. Then James, what is your motivation? What drives you? Okay? We've been at this game, the two of us, for I say a year. I feel like it's been longer at this point. I mean, when is the fucking... Yeah, we've been at this well over a year.
How did...
No, okay, to be fair to Black Cat, some of it does involve human input, like picking up on like some of the content or watching the streams. That is a person doing that. But the actual like content of the tweets is probably automated with human input information. But that's why it fucks up so much and like says things that are about what happened, but completely fucks up the context. You reacted to a cheap bot. That's why I'm here. It's the bot that you pay for. Like, oh, can I ask, why are you paying for another 10,000 bots now? Was denial not enough? What's the deal with that? And how do you do it? You were pathetic. That's not very nice, is it? Anyways, show proof, bitch boy? The accounts, all the bot, why are you pretending like Denal is not the bots as well? It's the same format of tweeting. It's the same situation spoken about by the bots, and you yourself announced you were going to war with me the day before I started getting all those bots. You admit already that you use bots. So it's simple. Are they yours, or are they somebody else's who just talks about all the same things in the exact same way, uses the same nicknames for certain people, like the pedo cat freak, or you call Parapon Pon Pon? Sure, I just listed the examples. It's like the same shit with the fucking Diney girl after Andre showed his asshole in my stream. They're like, that wasn't me, with like the biggest grin possible, as all evidence points to it being them. It's like, that like changes literally anything. Fuck your lie, show us. Are you denying that you refer to Morale on the regular, which originated from Starbase, as, and I'm quoting, the pedo cat freak? Cat freak is the common one, right? The pedo cat freak. And that you refer to Parapon, or Starbase refer to Parapon as Pon Pon, which shows up in the bots when they're referencing Parapon, who is somebody Starbase had a huge crush on, that outside of that context is a nobody. Did you see the Joe Bartolozzi situation? No. What is that? Alright, anyways, in the old inbox here, what else we got? He got cucked by his bi girlfriend. Who is he? Who the fuck is Joe Bartolozzi? Wait, dude, Destiny's suit is on trending. All right, let's take a look at this from our boy Joe over here. Our boy Joe Bartolozzi.
For a while, we had slowly kind of drifted away from being partners and.
Yeah, I am botting. No, you got the snark is so true. I am going out of my way to bot 10,000 Nigerian accounts calling me a pedophile under random people's tweets. I'm doing that to myself, obviously.
More to being friends. And I think I've been seeing a common take that
Five from Jimberly. James types the exact way Starbase did in Parry's chat. Yes, they don't even make an effort to it's the same person. I used to be sort of in now, but there are so many, like, I'm talking to Inet about this. We're just going to make like a doc, like not like a doc, like a Me Too doc or whatever, but I want to make a doc that just investigates and points out all of the similarities and goes through the entire history of how this operates.
That's normal in a relationship. And it is, right? For you to be with somebody for...
I was botted too. You literally, even before the recent botting wave, like if you look here, hold on. You were getting botted before the recent wave. You were getting botted. All your likes, your polls, for example, unless you're going to deny that too. I have the screenshot on my phone. I just would have to look for it. Like, you had a poll that had 2 likes before, like, 50 votes or something, right? So, yes, you were botted. Your botting has just been historically positive towards you, reiterating your narratives, and predates all of us. So, it seems like you were botting yourself.
Basically, we were together 4.5 years. For you.
And you never complained about being botted before we started complaining about you botting, despite the fact that you verifiably were getting bots under your tweets now for months.
To be friends with somebody more and more, kind of just becoming each other's best friend. The thing was that we were becoming more friends than dating, right? You know, we kind of...
Get in a VC with me right now and talk to me voice to voice, and I will never say that you were Starbase again. It is so simple. Starbase has such a distinct voice, okay? Very distinct voice, actually. All you need to do is just get in VC. Let's have a quick chat. I know you have a lot on your mind because you've been talking to me for like over a year and like spending actual money to try to stop me or whatever. Let's have a chat.
We still hung out every day. Every other day, really, right? But we just kind of saw it as more friends than lovers. I hate using that term.
But it was actually, he was getting cheated on, and he's coping? Is that it? The crazy thing is Starbase is not a bad-looking guy. He's tall and felt that. You know the other thing, too? About the wealth and status thing? He's not lying. He is not capping. Starbase does have money. You know how I know that he has money? Because he has sent me his bank account, and he sent me a check that he was cashing, that he blurred his legal name on at the top, but forgot to blur it at the bottom, and he sent that to flex on me. And it was a sizable check, okay? It was a sizable check. He's not lying about that. The dude definitely has money.
But, so we just...
You tell him to call in, and he responds with call. We need to start doing that to him. Anytime he adds me, I'll be like, call in, bitch boy. Stop running from Doobie and the Cat Freak. Sweeping for J-Stock's gang of morale orbiters. Or some shit like that.
Decided to, you know, separate.
There's a video done on the situation calling him a simp. Are you in my server? Can you link that in my inbox? Or give me the title of the video so I can find it.
Go on our...
Just give me the title of the video. I'll type it in and find it. Wait! Wait! Freudian slip. I'm sorry, Denal. Starbase sent me the check. Starbase sent me the check, not you. You forgot. You're supposed to not be Starbase? Why would you allow that? What does that have to do with you? Very, very interesting. In before it was a joke. In before it was a joke. Show the check, bitch boy. Why don't you get in here, Kyle? Let's have a conversation. Okay? I think that it's time we talk. Man to man, live, on the air, and you can vocalize your many grievances with me, and I can explain to you why I think you're a pedophile. We can do this little back and forth of ours. Show the check, bitch boy. How about you call in, and then I'll show whatever you want. So it's now confirmed. He was the guy that was trying to DM the fucking 16-year-old. We all knew it, right? But... oh, he's trying to double down to make it look ironic. Interesting stuff. Is this... yeah, Starbase is a pedo freak that sweeps for the DGG cat freaks like Morale and J-Stock's groomer gang of Destiny orbiters who snark Hassan, who is orbiting a Morale. He has a point. If it's confirmed that that's him, consenting to you showing the check. Okay, so then I show the check, and then Denal just tweets out, Aiden doxes a random, even though he's confirming it's him, right? It's literally the most obvious trap on Earth. I don't know how you can't see that. There is no utility in me showing you this check. I don't even know if I have it, because when he realized it was unblurred at the bottom, he deleted it. I could show you him acknowledging to sending it and being like, my bad. I'd show it if there was, like, some utility and it wasn't an obvious trap. Hello?
It's me, Starbase.
Oh. How's it going?
It's I know. It's James now.
Can you tell us what the monetary value is? The monetary value is $80,000.
Show evil.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
Yeah, how dare you?
So
how dare you?
So all your...
with the freak chat.
I think you have a lot of autistic information racked up about this Denal guy. I think it's time we organize the many coincidences between the two accounts. I think that since you have access to all of that, I think we need to lock in.
Perhaps. Why not?
All right.
That'd be awesome.
Anyways, as I was saying, show us the I don't even know if I have it, right? I don't even know if I have the photo left, because I'm pretty sure he deleted it after realizing he sent his name. Time to report him for cyber terrorism. Good one. $2 from Dude Nugget. Bravo. True. Aiden, please fall for this trap that this account has set for you, so he can get you to say his name and then later claim that it's not him and he was being ironic, so he can then accuse you of doxing. Yeah, that's a really smart idea, Black Cat. I think that, quite frankly, you should be making more suggestions, as I think that they will embetter my standing on this website. Come on, you guys have to try a little harder than that. What are we doing here? You lied? You were too stupid to blur your name at the bottom of the fucking check, so you deleted it. Wait, Black Cat, it doesn't matter whether it wouldn't be doxing if he gives permission for it. The problem is, he's gonna claim that he did it. So it's not a matter of what it actually is, it's a matter of what it's going to be made to look like, and the question is, I normally wouldn't care about that if there was a reason for doing it. The only point in me showing this thing that everybody else seems to conclude happened, it's been general knowledge for months now, right? The only point in me doing that would be to play into that trap, which is, like, why would I do that? There's no, like, conversational utility in giving out his name, and all that would serve to do is act as a detriment to myself. It's not even a dox to say Starbase full name without denial, because he's given it out. But I'm still not going to do that because I understand that you're trying to trap me right now. Thank you for the 10, James. Unfortunately, my thing is glitching, so I can't read the tip you just gave me. I need you to tip again so I can see your message. My bad. Yeah, okay. Here's my proof, okay? The proof is in the pudding. Here's the proof. So he did delete it. I just went back. He did delete it. But this is the DM that we have now. Thank you for the 5, Jimberly. I'm star-based. Say my full name, I allow it. I'm just not in a saying name kind of mood. I don't think we know each other like that, star-based, on a name-to-name basis yet. We're star-based Kirk. True. Let me try to call Starbase. He's been wanting to call in. Show the check. I'm sorry. Dude, James, it glitched. The second half of your tip got cut off. So I need you, for me to be able to see the other half, they say third time's the charm, I need you to give me more money so I can actually properly read it. My evidence for that is that they do in fact say that the third time is the charm. I'm star-based fart on stream. Okay. By the way, anyone who's a clipper out there, that wants to, we're re-encouraging clipping, okay? Things have been quite dead recently. There's been nothing to clip, but if you want to support and contribute to this community in a way other than, you know, monetary contributions or liking the stream, which you should have done by now. If you haven't, what's wrong with you, you stupid fuck? Another way to help us out is to clip like hell. Do I make a point about some drama people care about? Do I make a point that people would care about that relates to them? Do I say something funny? Does something funny happen? Well, then you should make an AG4L branded, or if you already have a clipping count, you don't need to. We're just trying to, you know, there's power in numbers. But you should clip that with a caption. Queemans, because I want to be clipped? Yeah. Speaking of Queeman, what the fuck is happening on his stream? Got stuffed in a locker for saying AG4L. We were very persecuted. Queenman is losing. Dead air? Hold on. We're looking for something. Can you just pay me and maybe I'll get around to it? I mean, if it's something you know how to do, I will consider that. Unironically. What the fuck is on screen? It's Queenman, man. We'll put this back on screen while I look for something. Dude, this is like trending on X now. Do you think... Okay, here's the question. Do you think Ingratiate is going to be typing up an essay in general chat about how his suit is actually well-fitted under some country's standards, and it's actually xenophobic to snark him for his suit? Oh my god, Starbucks, I'm sorry, man. I just fucking realized it's actually not 3 times. It's 4 times. So apparently, it's a new feature on YouTube. It fills in messages quarterly. So your 4th donut will finally give me the last part of the message, so I in fact know what you said. Because I don't know what you said. That's blurred for you guys too, right? I can't see it. I'm like Otterly Noah right now. Alright, I'm pulling an Otterly Noah. Alright, what else is going on?
How you word it. Whoa, dude, stop. Okay,
That's just an obsession scene. Queeman called me retarded 5 times in a row on my birthday because he misunderstood my comments. It was quite mean, actually. Well, Queeman is not known for being nice, alright? I don't know who pissed in his cereal. Queeman actually reminds me of my 6th grade math teacher in some facets. Milkman Dan is the nicest, most agreeable guy anyone could... Never did... I don't meet people that have a bad word to say about him. I don't. Even to the people he doesn't like, he's nice to them. He's just a very nice guy. And this Queenman person is like, Dan's like a fucking retard or something. And it's like, that's uncalled for. It's uncalled for. Dan's a nice guy. Why are we coming to chill on Dan? Why are we coming to Dan like that? Thank you for the 7. How about nope? No longer poor. Have some money. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Junk Drawer, you should have seen Queeman's rival cover. Can you link me the Stormy Google Doc? Kathy sent it in inbox. Okay, so the green drama continues. Okay, so we have this Stormy guy who's obsessed with this girl that lied about his age back in the day to get into the commentary community. After turning 18 and simping for this girl, he reveals that he formally lied about his age. He gets banned for formally lying or whatever at the time, which, to be honest with you, I would have unbanned him for, because I want you to come clean about it, ideally, right? If you lied about your age. But the reason he's still banned, at least from my server, is because as a result of that, he sent a video out that seemed very much to be, not that, you're bad for being suicidal or whatever, but he sent a video out that seemed to be like a goodbye message, told me he was getting stable after that. I'm like, okay, we could talk in a few months to let you back in. And then it happens all over again. He's like sending people, and it's like, okay, my space is like clearly like super volatile or whatever. I just I don't want to. If you're having mental health problems, there's nothing wrong with that. Get help. But I'm not going to actively facilitate the worsening of those problems by permitting you in my space where they're just going to make fun of you. Thank you for the 10, Doobie. Whoever dressed him did him dirty. Looks frumpy as hell. The digital ground game account posted a selfie with that close of his tie, and it looked like it was tied by a double amputee. Does Destiny not know how to tie a tie? To be fair, actually, I don't either, but it's just because I don't wear ties. Ever. I think I could. Okay, but apparently the situation is climaxed. There is a Google Doc that got dropped on this. Are you guys okay? So it looks like whoever sent me the doc converted the entire doc to Pigeon. So we're gonna have to read this in Pigeon, I guess. The purpose of this document is to provide explanation and insight upon me recent actions, and it not supposed to be a defense on me anyway. Even if me did mentally unstable in enough of the cases me about to talk about, that no resolve any wrongdoing. Okay, so what he's saying here is that he's trying to provide some insight into his recent actions, and that even if he's mentally unstable, that doesn't excuse the wrongdoing. Although we might clear up some misconceptions or lies we owe to people done state. Although, okay, so he's gonna clear. Me not go mention no specific name, me want respect this person's space and am also unwillingly involved. So he's not gonna mention specific names because he doesn't want to diminish their respect in the space. Also unwillingly involved in this whole situation. Me not have no screenshots or nothing. If he use me lose account to me main Discord. So he lost his main Discord account and doesn't have any evidence. With that being said, them have mentions of suicide and self-harm within this. So if you're sensitive to them topics, probably no watch this. With the preamble out the way, me think it's best if we start from the beginning. Why do I have to... Nobody sent me the actual version, so we literally have to read... I should get Kenny in here. To translate. Thank you, Doobie, for the 10. Also, while I respect and appreciate Wick's willingness to be cringe, but someone needs to take his phone away. Every photo he posted makes everyone in it look terrible. It's like he does it on purpose. True, I hate people like that. I hate, like, the homies that take, like, horrible photos of you to post. Me met this channel when we did about 14 in 2022. So he's 14 years old when in 2022, you were 14. Holy fuck. And start making videos at 15. So the big reason that nobody really doubted that this guy was an adult is A, he's always had a deep voice, but B, he's just been around so long that it's just always been generally accepted that he is how old he says he is, right? Me done lie about me age for a long time come me did think it was OPSEC and a way fi prevent me from being doxxed if me really make it big. Me also lie about me age in order fi get editing gigs when never enough. Little fi say it never makes sense fi continue this lie, but he did still until he reached 18. Me believe me tell this person online said me was 19. So he's talking about Samantha. He told her she was 19. This was for two reasons. Me did not want to slowly scale me age down to me real age, and also the oldest me would have been was 19 if me born in 2007. It was a dumb lie, but me still go with it. When we was talking, me did 18. Who is this about? This is written by a guy called Stormy, who is in drama for lying about his age since 2022 to get into the space, and then simping over this girl who he sent like a suicide video to or whatever, which then caused this sub-drama involving this guy named Green, who's also simping for this same girl, who tried to invoke his like professional expertise to get a hold of the video he sent her to analyze it or whatever, which was obviously bullshit. And then it's a whole convoluted fucking thing. How the friendship... Yeah, can we also get a Stormy setup pic? Near the beginning of the year, me become online friends with a person from this space. If me recall correctly, me think we initial conversations to be nothing more than jokes. But as the quote-unquote online friendship progressed, them start telling me about problems in them life. This happened... I need the original doc. Can somebody just give me the real fucking doc? I don't want to read this whole thing in Pigeon. Please, this is horrible. But seeing as them did, me also share some of me problems them as well. Now in a hindsight, there was probably never any kind of closeness involved, cause them known to overshare. But at this time, me considered them no, she was being purposeful. The thing is, as well, after he like was simping for her, and then they would hang out every day, playing video games and shit. After he sends this like suicide video, after he gets like after it gets revealed that he lied about his age or whatever. A while after that, she does a stream a few days ago where she's like mocking him, making fun. And you can tell she's loving every minute of this, and she's putting out feelers for him. That there's a possibility or something. Like this isn't gonna be the thing that's gonna make me like the shit she's saying is putting out feelers in his mind. So although the initial inclination was to say that this was a one-sided pursuit from this guy, it actually seems like she was very consciously like partially leading him on. Check inbox. Okay. Okay, I thought you sent me the original doc. Finally, it's just his setup. No, we need the sweat one. Because there was one where he sent his keyboard, and it was, like, covered in his sweat. Now, in a hindsight, there's probably never any kind of closeness involved. Could have known to overshare. But at this time, me considered him a Hold on, I need... Now, of course, this never did be the only extent of the friendship, because most of the time, we would just joke or play games. But as him tell me more personal things, we become a bit worried for them, and start wondering if everything alright. Now, it never be only them a share things, cause me did say similar things to them too. But me guess, you could have said the friendship end up being this weird trauma bonding thing, for lack of a better term. And this is where the unhealthy roots, for me come in. Cause me talk to them about stuff, me kind of form this weird attachment or codependency thing for the friendship. Cause there are things that me done tell them that are things me done tell no one. Them was things me relate to. Things me never relate to. Me would have given me thoughts and personal perspective on things. Most of this is me fault. Cause me should have never take this online stuff seriously, but me did. Okay, there are two stories here. There is a parasocial, young, online loser who has a bunch of problems and has made this his whole life and needs to step out and deal with his life or whatever. And then you have a parasocial, totally online loser who gets pleasure out of like leading other parasocial losers on so she can make fun of them. Hold on. This would be me to basically like a dog feel like a better explanation. Them could it be mean to me in a public, then go into me DMs and talk about how them life sucks the hours, and me would have been fine with it. Cause me was providing a source of comfort. But now that me realize it, we probably did use each other as emotional venting tools. Upon me part, it was unhealthy and gross, and me probably should have told them if he stopped venting to me. But me, she knew what she was doing with him. She knew exactly what she was doing with him. I thought at the beginning it was a one-sided obsession, but they would spend literally all day together, and if what I saw on her stream was accurate with how she was to them in private, it seems like she absolutely was like leading him on to some extent. However, as a consequence of this, me was the only person them could have talked to about it. However, this was the extent of the relationship, as me never really viewed them as more than a friend and trust them with personal stuff. This friendship lasts 6 months. And this not excuse me next actions. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, yeah. Can consider yourself close to someone, but never consider doing things me did. The video and can somebody give me the original doc? It's a funny bit. It was funny for the first few seconds. I'm done reading this in Pigeon. Can I just get the original doc, please? DM Jimmy? Jimmy sent me the doc, and I go to click on it, and it's also the fucking doc in Pigeon. What the fuck? This is the original. Can you, okay, send me the converted one. If that's the game we're gonna play, send me the converted doc. Let me just, let me pee real quick. defend her on
Thanks
her
for
own
$10.
allegations.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
He would be a direct character witness. Why does he, the person you orbit and base your entire life around, like an obsessed freak, why does he refuse to defend you on your allegations in relation to your
Him. What did we just fucking say? You want to mind read? Why don't you
my
follow up and ask him?
allegations. It's my. I don't levy my fucking battles for Steven to fight.
What he said.
Also,
What he said was. What Steven said was.
Any of this? Wait, you still haven't. We still haven't answered what Steven has to do with any of this. You still have not said what Steven has anything to do with this.
What Steven said is he has no idea whether or not it's true. That was his statement. That was literally his statement, not mine.
How is that? So you want him to defend something he doesn't know is true? Is that what it is?
I'm sorry.
I'm confused, Aiden. Do you think this is a dump?
According to food shops, there's evidence that the minor lied. There's evidence that the minor lied that should substantiate her side. So why does the guy that she orbits he's not even convinced she didn't do it?
Aiden,
I'm sorry,
Aiden,
did Steven
I
also
don't think
DM the
you understand
minor?
how this works. Aiden, you can't invent something that someone said and then pretend
What did I
like
invent that
you
she
won on
said?
a point that you invented
What did I
for that
invent?
person.
What did I invent?
You just invented the intention of his statement.
You said I invented what he said. What did I invent?
Yes, the intention behind his statement. You.
All right. I think I got sent the actual doc. So let's take a look. Whoa. Meet a pee in the bathroom. All right. I think we got sent the converted version. So let's look. The video in DMs. For a couple months now, my mental health started to decline. This is mostly because of external factors and is. Wait. They could be. Alright, we already read that. This is the extent. Okay, I already viewed that. For a couple months now, my mental health has started to decline. And I just need to add, because there are two schools of thought here, and I personally don't care about either. Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. I do care about one. There are two schools of thought. There are two schools of thought here. There is the school of thought that sees somebody that is legitimately suicidal, deeply troubled, that needs to go get help, and there's a school of thought that believes that he is doing this manipulatively to win over this girl or get her attention. It seems to be a little combination of both. Regardless of which one it truly is, the prescription should be the same. Okay? The prescription should be the exact same. You'll never figure out whether it's malice or not. Only infer, and inferences are not definitive. So if you get it wrong, obviously you're playing with someone's life. If somebody's life is legitimately at risk, you should always assume it's serious. Block. If they're not, stop it. Send them a resource that will help them. Say, I'd love to help, I'm just really not qualified for this. And if it's like somebody you barely know that won't stop doing this, then at that point you can block. But anyway, I believe this month I had sent them a video that was basically a suicide note. I've heard rumors and theories of what this video contained, some being very dangerous, some being funny, like an Elliot Rodgers style rant. But I think I should just come clean about it. If I don't currently have the video, as I deleted it off my devices, so you can choose not to. He lucked out so hard. He lucked out so hard. He sent this video in a Google Drive to her. She sends it to Milkman Dan because she thinks he's a responsible adult. And she sends it to Green, who says he can specially interpret it with his background or whatever. It doesn't even have a bachelor's in psych, right? He wiped the asses of like mental patients once, right? So he was using that as like a cope to get a hold of this video. And then I got sent the video by Dan without asking for it, right? This was all sent using a Google Drive. The Google Drive link went dead, and nobody of the 4 people who had access to the video, nobody saved it. So I didn't want this video to be leaked because I feel like he's only 18. This is a really embarrassing video, and I don't want to like have this. I don't want to have him like his embarrassment up online for the rest of his life when his life's just starting. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like it just seemed like a very mentally ill nobody, right? But he lucked out because that it's gone. She sent it to Dan because Stormy had previously sent him a picture of his face. I think Green made up the responsible adult thing. Got it. A lot, because I didn't really have a script for them, unlike the rest. I think there was another person I sent a message. Wait, hold on. I made these little suicide notes. I'll explain what happened and the intention of the video. I had made these little suicide notes for each one of my family members and friends, where I was basically like, I'm dead, but here's a special message. Hope you're doing well, blah, blah, blah. Here's my favorite memory of us. Now, was it wise of me to send one of these videos to some internet rando I knew for half a year? Probably not, but everyone keeps, like, Green keeps being like, why would this guy send someone a video like this? Why, like, we're not dealing with a rational person. We're dealing with a mentally ill 18-year-old here. So when you're trying to use the standards of a rational, you know, thoughtful, but like it doesn't make any sense to use that heuristic in this context of what a rational person would be doing when we know that he's not rational, right? Anyway, within the video I sent this person, if I had to paraphrase, it was basically like, I'm gonna die, I hope you are well, and you should strive more and live more, you've had mad potential. Most of the video, though, was just me thinking of what to say and saying a lot, because I didn't really have a script for them unlike the rest. I think there was another person I sent a message to, but it was just text. Now, I think that this is a psycho move, and I don't really expect to be forgiven for it, and wouldn't blame anyone for not associating with me anymore because of it. I wasn't thinking straight, but my initial plan was to send these videos. It's not so much about wrongdoing as it is you're clearly unable to handle yourself in this space. So I wouldn't want to permit having you in there. You know, God forbid something happens. I wasn't thinking straight, but my initial plan was to send these videos to people and then take my own life. I even had a plan to do so. It was close, was convinced not to by another person. Now, hours after I realized what I did was not only distressing but unfair to put such heavy emotions on one person, especially online, but I thought I could share anything with them. Anyway, when I came to my senses, I deleted the video and repeatedly apologized to the people I messaged. I saw that I was blocked by the online friend. This was for a good reason. If I had had the same thing done to me, I would. She doesn't care. She literally, she was like snarking you on stream. Does anyone think she's like emotionally aggrieved by this? She's loving this. Well, yeah, Jimberley, that's correct. I thought I was blocked by the online friends for a good reason. If I'd done the same thing to me, I would have thought this guy was a psycho and blocked them. It would be like if Gamma Almighty sent me a suicide note. It's like, yeah, you're a nice guy, but I don't really know that. To be honest, I was a bit saddened by this, but I understood why I pushed it too far. A day later, a chatter by the name of Green talked to me about this whole situation, how everyone was distressed and worried and wanted me to get help. During this, I had to ask them how this friend was doing, as well I didn't realize this at the time. Being sent a video like that is mentally stressful and could lead to a similar outcome for the other person. I think I told them to apologize for me and ask if they understood. I now understood what I did was wrong. I just didn't want them to do anything weird like I did. Now, should Green talk to me after and get involved? Probably not, especially if he's using his status while talking to me. But I appreciate him checking up and offering things that might help me. Dude, Green got a doc written on him. After this, I stayed off the internet for a bit, talking to people in DMs and seeing how things were going in commentary sometimes. And to be honest, I was still in stream chats from time to time. I was still saddened over ruining the friendship, but it was all right. Losing this friendship was the best thing to ever happen to you. Because I imagine that it was just two mopey, parasocial losers. And I've been in a friendship like this. Just like moping all day and feeding off each other's misery about how much the world sucks and everybody sucks and it's all gay and boring. You should never strive to go and do anything in life. No, if you're not doing good enough in life, surround yourself with friends that push you to do better. Also, I don't know why Green left after this. This is like nothing. Like it's bad or whatever. It's very cringe. He's gonna get made fun of for it. But this is like far from like reputation, like, you know, destruction or whatever. And like it's just very funny to me that he watched. Did I leave after London? I think I didn't type for a few days or whatever. But like he's watched the shit that I've stuck around for, even though it was just gonna be me getting like made fun of or like ripped a new asshole or something. And it's like he's dealing with a fraction of it and he runs. I didn't actually want this to happen to him. I was joking. It was like a snark. I don't think Green was not actually snarking me during London, if I remember correctly. You deleted Icy? for like a day or two. Everyone likes to overemphasize how, okay, when people were discussing how Icy died and Nuki became a thing, everybody overemphasized the role of Icy being deleted. He was okay, you guys think that anybody that isn't actively talking about how much they hate me is ball washing. It's very, unfortunate. After this, I set up the internet for a bit, talking to people in DM sometimes, and seeing how things were going in the commentary. Sometimes, to be honest, it was still, I already read that. Unknown to me at the time, I had been struggling more than ever. However, after a while, I decided to come back and stream for a bit. Now, I mostly did these streams to poke fun at the current snark going on, where I was groomed into liking Final Fantasy. I think the first stream was a really bad tier list, and the second was me playing a game at 10 FPS and singing really badly. I was trying to be in on the joke. Yeah, obviously. That was pretty obvious, and Samantha was too stupid to say. She's like, is he really saying that? Is he? Because, like, he was obviously just trying to, you know, make an attempt to be in on the joke, which is, to be fair, in a situation like this, that's probably the best thing you can do. But Samantha, like, didn't like that, and she was like, no, you're, like, a loser, like, everyone hates you, or so, like, she wanted, like, the snark to be very serious for him. I didn't delete Icy out of panic, I deleted it because it died. And my ego didn't allow me to exist in a dead chat, at least temporarily. Queenan thinks Green was a patient, and that's where his info comes from. Makes sense. Do you remember the movie Shutter Island? If he thought he was a... Oh my god. You're a genius. I actually didn't consider... Green keeps talking about his experience. Have we ever considered Green is suffering from a delusional disorder, actually did spend time in a mental hospital, and thought that it, like, to help him through the delusion, they convinced him that he worked there. You needed that ego death? You think I've become a better person since London? You think it did anything? It did do something, but I doubt you can see it. It does make sense. Now I realize that the final stream video were manipulative in a way, even though I didn't realize it at the time. I believe the reason why I self-harm and tell people about what I'm going to do is because I believe if you don't see it, it's not real. If I feel something, how will people know it's real? I believe them here. I believe him here. For a lot of people, self-harm is like, this is the pain. This is gonna sound cringe, but it's like, this is the pain I live with. Like, this is what it looks like, right? You want to... like, that thought process is a real one I've heard described before. You did stop yelling at us for a couple weeks? Yeah, because I was fucking depressed. I had no energy. No energy to even yell anymore.
I think that Blue Joey B is the best one. I think...
Great stuff from Junk Drawer Gaming. This is what he's doing instead of making a video. You should try being depressed again. I got news for you. I have. Many times since. It's just not as obvious. Afterwards, I talked to Green a bit and basically realized I should take a while away and really focus on getting better. Within this conversation, he said that I was obsessed with this person, that there was this weird love triangle going on, and thought that I saw him as an enemy. Now, let me be clear, there were unhealthy roots to the friendship, and I became a bit attached, but I never saw this person as more than a friend. You can have them, Dr. Oh, shit! Did Stormy win? Trauma dumping to... Yeah, the unique trauma of depression. Something very rare that only I suffer from. All of you are probably depressed. If you're online, all of you probably dealt with depression. It's not a secret. Now let me be clear. There were unhealthy roots to the friendship, and I became a bit attached. Hold on. I almost said... Anyway, he also believed I was suicide baiting, which was not true, as in both times I almost did. Anyways, that's about the extent of it. Yeah, little to say. I'm too mentally unstable to continue in this space for a while, so hopefully I'll be back when I turn 19. This feels like the end of the world. If he's watching this, I meant what I said to you in DMs. this feels like the end of the world. You're not a notable enough person, and this is not a notable enough situation. And lucky for you, a lot of the receipts don't exist anymore, where you can just leave and move on with your life. I don't have that luxury. A lot of people don't have that luxury. If I left, my most embarrassing moments are up online forever, right? And people will almost certainly find them. You have that luxury of leaving and being forgotten about, which you can still do. So I'm getting much more extreme help now. I've been told that my continued presence in this space has made this person she's not actually uncomfortable. She's such an attention seeker, dude. I think the biggest villain in this whole story that nobody's focused on is Samantha, man. At the top of this love triangle. Cause it's like, even if she was like a little bit, you could tell she was like giddy at like humiliating him in her stream or whatever. That sort of warped my perspective of her, quite frankly. I've been told my continued presence in space made this person uncomfortable, so I'll respect their wishes and leave for a while and not even mention their name nor interact with them. I do apologize for all the distress and drama I've caused and should have never made my mental health issues public to begin with. If I were in a better headspace, none of this would have happened, so I accept full responsibility for my actions. Even if I'm schizoing out, there are still problems in my actions I need to work on. At the end of the day, what I did was very manipulative, even if it was something as little as wanting someone to just care about me dying. It would have still affected someone mentally and caused them to think it was their fault. I don't exactly know what is going on with me recently, but I'm willing to make changes. This is the first time I've ever done something this extreme. Yeah, he's been around for years. This is unironically the first time he's ever done this that we know of. And that seems to be correct because he's been around long enough where we would probably know about it if it's happened before. I deeply apologize to everyone involved in this. With that being said, for the future of my channel, I might come back, might not. I don't know if I'll switch my videos back to public. I'm so sorry what I caused. This should never happen. Yeah, the go-to reason as well that I wasn't just like, oh, he's suicide baiting, he's manipulative, is how like out of character this is relative to the extent of his online history. That makes this seem more like the product of some sort of mental health episode than, you know, part indicative of some, you know, dark triad personality that's trying to lie to people about his life to, you know, get them to. She's power tripping over this. This is the ultimate control. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you on that. Okay. Anyways. No, you don't understand. He was lying about all of this and just being. Green didn't believe any of that for a second, by the way. We all know that, right? The biggest problem with the Green situation was that how this really started was a simp that really wanted to see a video like everyone else did for his own amusement that leveraged his qualifications so that he could get exclusive access to this due to his morbid curiosity and was obviously into this girl or whatever. Rather than swallow his pride, right? And his whole guise of seeing this video was, you know, pretending to care. This was a serious situation. He cares, right? And then his whole guise for not releasing the video to everybody else was that, and this is correct, it's not necessary to do so, and it would be bad to do this, right? He 180s on this, and when Stormy sends him some suicide bait or whatever, he posts that to make fun of him. And this is an obvious contradiction, and all he needed to say was, yeah, I was being impulsive, I shouldn't have sent this, my bad, or whatever. Instead, he comes up with this elaborate story about how he's actually come to an epiphany that Stormy's being malicious now, which makes him not a hypocrite because that factor was non-existent in the previous situation, but this change of mind that would negate an allegation of hypocrisy occurred purely internally and was never vocalized prior to it seeming to benefit him in the context of an argument, which makes it look like hypocrisy and then some elaborate story to try to get rid of that allegation, when all that does is then make him look like a liar. In other news, Why'd I get linked this? Oh, wait, never mind. I hope Green comes back. So do I. So do I. I tried to reach out to him. Listen, when everybody, even if you've done something wrong, there's like this group environment that gets created in our space where everybody is chiming in to clown on you and reinforcing themselves, so it's continuous and gets more and more severe. And when you're in that moment where you're up against like this sort of what feels like an echo chamber, because many times it is, and many times the echo chamber works to my own benefit, right? But it gets a little stressful sometimes. It does, right? It is the internet or whatever. But like a lot of people would get stressed when you have like 20 people that are all calling you a loser and shit and like fucking think you're like a bad person. I don't know, right? It can get like a little bit tiring. And there's no real way you're gonna, and this is Green's problem as well. His goal is to talk himself out of it as opposed to make it end by just acknowledging the unavoidable reality. But when you're in that, like, there's nothing you could say that like would get people off your back, whether you're wrong or right in that scenario. So, he needs to take his lashings. Yes. Yep. Where? Hold on. I gotta grab the wire for my mouse. Okay, I can't find the wire to my mouse, but I guess I'll just turn it off, and then whenever I need to use it, I'll turn it back on. Let me, see, what do we have that's gonna keep us going here for another 20 minutes? Anyone have any 20-minute topics? Hold on. Bro, what is that hair? It's headphone hair, little bro. He's definitely still making excuses. I haven't heard him take responsibility. He might have, but I haven't heard anything like that. Yeah, sad stuff. Look at chat. Whoa! Whoa! Ryan Beard, what's up? How's it going, man? My name is Ryan. I'm a big fan of Creator Food Shops. I hear you've been slandering them and that needs to stop. You know what, Ryan? I've considered it. I've considered it. And I realize now that I actually forced Food Shops to say that she wanted to wrap herself around a 12-year-old, and I actually had psychologically manipulated her into DMing a minor and getting into a relationship with a minor. Debate Ryan Beard on what? I don't know what his. I know he's a lefty. I'm a lib. I don't know what his politics are or anything. But I liked his. All I've seen from him is his Destiny video, which was very good. I enjoyed it. Hold on. Where the fuck? Dude, this is gonna be so annoying with this fucking mouse. This mouse dilemma we're having here. Is the wire under my PC? No. No. All right. Bro, soyed out. Yeah, I soyed out. Oh my god, Ryan Beard! No, I do like his, I did like his Destiny video a lot. It was very useful. For somebody like me that, you know, entered the drama so late, that needed like a fucking, needed a TLDR. I wish I had finished it before our first debate, because that was part of my, like, research or whatever, because I thought I had till Monday, and then Wick did the, like, the fucking surprise reschedule thing or whatever, when I was only, like, halfway through it. So... What is this? Fuck, I have to keep turning this thing on and off for it to work. Alright.
So, disclaimer.
Okay, so apparently this is an allegation against the Abba and Preach guy, I think? It's the same person, right? Let's take a look at this. Or no, I know Preach is a different person, but is this the same Abba?
This is just my opinion. This is my own personal experience, which may be subjective. I mean, not
Was that a
really, but I
cow?
don't want to get sued. But I can. It's fine.
Is that a fucking cow?
Also, this was not written with AI. And yeah, that's the disclaimer.
Not saying her. Not saying her. I'm saying it literally sounds like there's something mooing in the background. Like there literally sounds like there's a cow in the room.
So on May 10, I contacted Libby. That's the ex-girlfriend that first came out talking about her experience dating him. And it was an experience that...
Is that her dog? Snoring?
It was a toxic relationship. There were a lot of ups and downs. And ultimately, he got her pregnant. And while she was pregnant, she was indecisive of whether or not she wanted to keep the baby. And he blocked her and called her a lot of names. And wanted her back. But only if she kept the child, or... Like, it was just a lot of back and forth. And she decided...
So did he get mad at her for getting an abortion? The truth of the matter is, it is the woman's decision to get the abortion. She has every right to do it if she wants it. But I don't blame, because the thing is, as I've said before, I don't think that at that stage that a fetus is life, right? But I believe that it is potential life, which I think has some meaning to it. Some meaning, right? Not that it would be tantamount to murder to take it, but that there is like some meaning to the potential for life or whatever. And it would be very understandable for somebody who wants a kid to feel upset that their partner is getting an abortion. And you have a right to feel upset about that. Now, so long as you're not trying to, stand in their way from doing it, it's their decision, it's their body, it's their right, but you're allowed to be upset about it.
Decides to make a video because she feels that the public person Abba's portraying and his personal aren't the same. And seeing the comments that she received on this video, I was horrified.
Dude, I met somebody, I don't do abortion debates because they're so like AIDS or whatever, and you have to get into like religion, and it's stupid. But you don't need to get into religion. Many times many people I've spoken about have tackled it from the religious perspective. But I met someone that is also pro-choice. But their reason for being pro-choice is that they believe that abortion is murder. They agree. They think it's murder, but that's good. Murder is good. I'm not even kidding.
People were calling her a gold digger, a whore. She had comments about having borderline personality disorder. A lot of people were just...
Yeah, any woman online that is behaving in a manner that is either bad or perceived by the people talking about them as bad will get accused of having BPD. Now, I've seen cases on here that look like actual, like, straight-up BPD, right? But it's a very distinct thing, and most of the time, it's just being thrown out because you don't like the way someone's acting. It's unironically is one of those stigmatized mental illnesses or whatever. It's just used as synonymous with, like, bad behavior.
Relating the experience to them when they had dated a crazy girl. And I thought of this as more than unfair. He exposed her sexual preferences and opened the door for a lot of harassment that she is still receiving to this day. He also posted her full name and workplace. I dated Abba in the past on and off from when I was 22 to 20.
I'm sorry. I'm sure that she's like a lot to say that is very important, and I don't want to take away from that. It's just going forward. If you guys are gonna film your allegation videos, please do it at a time other than when your 300-pound South African Mastiff named Princess is taking a nap in the corner.
6. I have to say, most times it was very peaceful. He does have a tendency to be emotional and block you and unblock you. But I have to say, most times we were just nice to each other. The second time meeting, I got pregnant in December 2022. And he had sent me an STD test prior, and also he had...
If you're not planning on having kids, how do you knock someone up once, and how does it happen a second time? You would know after the first to wear protection, right? Unless that's your intent, and might not be theirs or something. How do you...
He told me he had a kidney disease, and in his words, kids just aren't happening for him.
Fine. And so I had healthy checkups and I had some health issues. So I went to the doctor. That's what they told me. There's years between these periods.
Well, she
What
told
are
me
you
this.
doing?
She told me that you had also told her you were on some medication that will make you infertile, but that's like not the case. That's like really bad.
Listen. I don't want to publish my own medical information and what
He's not denying it.
the doc told me.
2.5 years ago, I went to the doctor, and essentially, I won't get into the long gist of
Yeah, that's bad. That's pretty fucking bad. If he told, that is like stealthing, in my opinion. It's not like the okay, it's not exactly stealthing, but it's the same fucking thing, is it not? Like, where you're lying to them to get them to permit you sticking your penis in without a condom. I feel like that is like stealthing adjacent at the very least. No.
conversation because it's none of your fucking business.
I do, however, believe today that he is a liar. It also didn't add up because he still made me take an after pill, even though I always said that I can't go on the pill because I have a high thrombosis risk. And luckily, the law agrees with me. Deception.
Please, kill the dog. Okay, kill that fucking dog.
Can, in some circumstances, remove.
I hate snoring. It's like the most. It like causes like this like very angry reaction that I can't control. Okay, I'm sorry, but holy fuck.
Consent and be considered fraud.
Please, I'm begging you.
Particularly where the deception creates a significant risk of serious bodily harm. I was just pregnant for 1 month, and I never claimed in all these years that he was a sexual abuser. But I think there is a reason these laws are in place, and it is because when you're dating someone, you normally trust them. So you take all the information you have and you make a decision based on that. So I think this is a pretty big thing to lie about.
Yeah, that is a pretty fucking big thing to lie about, and it seems like she has evidence of it. This isn't even like an allegation. It seems like she literally just proved that that's what happened.
You can disagree with me.
The only way he can refute this is if he shows some sort of testimony from a doctor that actually led him to believe he was infertile.
So at this time, I didn't think that this was a lie.
Because if a doctor tells him that he's infertile, and then he by chance turns out not to be, that's not really his fault, in my opinion. But that's obviously probably not what happened here. Sounds more like that he just lied.
I reconnected with him in 2026. He apologized. I had gotten an IUD in the meantime. This time, we were in...
This is actually a very unique allegation. I've never covered, like, an allegation quite like this. Where it's, like, sort of this, like, stealthing adjacent, like, they've lied about their fertility to be able to have sex out of condom.
Intimate, and he just takes a video of us.
Also, why even go through this effort? Is it like he can't perform when he has a condom? I don't know.
Without asking first. So I just see the flash.
Wait, that is not what I said, Jimberly. That's not what I... Listen, this is a very serious claim. She has been very seriously wronged. In my opinion, this is sexual assault, basically. And this is very serious, and I can't emphasize that enough. I tend to be a guy that, you know, tends to not like to be so serious, and sometimes I look for humorous distractions in the moment. Maybe a little bit poor taste, but...
And I get like, ooh, like, new, hadn't done this before, so I hadn't thought about how I felt about it. So I didn't say no and put the phone away, but I did seem kind of uncomfortable, so he removed the camera pretty fast. He still tried a second time, another time, but I told him no, not after the first one you already had, I was asking to delete.
Wait, I need to go back. Did I just miss?
I didn't say no and put the phone away. I thought about how I felt about it, without asking first. And he just takes a video of us.
No!
Without asking first.
No. Let me did Destiny cover this now? Let me because Abba made a video on Destiny. Destiny is going to pull the biggest whataboutism in history now, man. Not that that's the bad part about this. The bad part is that he did it to her. But I'm just, like, foreseeing that right now, and it's like, fuck, man, fuck.
So I just see the flash, and I get like, ooh, like, new, hadn't done this before, so I hadn't thought about how I felt about it. So I didn't say no and put the phone away, but I did seem kind of uncomfortable, So he removed the camera.
Let them fight, yeah.
Pretty fast. He still tried a second time, another time, but I told him no, not after the first one you already had. I was asking to delete. So
I believe her. She doesn't really have proof for the second part, but I gotta be honest, not that that means a whole lot. But because she's able to substantiate the first, I don't see that as like such an insane progression in actions, where that like it definitely see that, and she's not like making it dramatic. Like it doesn't seem like it's overly dramatized. She's admitting that he didn't do it the second time. When she asked if she was lying to make him look worse, he wouldn't have even included that fact. So I actually just believe her.
First time, pretty much right afterwards, I told him, delete the video. He goes, it already is deleted. I never saw him delete it. Also, I didn't know how he had the time to. So later, when we broke things off, I wanted proof that the video was not on his phone anymore. And instead of giving me those reassurances...
Now that's a little bit... The thing is, right, there's a conceivable scenario where he did actually delete that video, but didn't want her to go through all his fucking photos. Which is, I think, fair, but you shouldn't have done that in the first place, and you wouldn't even be in this situation. So this response doesn't necessarily make him more guilty. He could have, like, not... He could have genuinely deleted it and still responded with this.
He, made it seem like I was calling him an untrustworthy person. So... Consent to sex is not consent to being recorded, and consent to a recording is not consent to it being kept. So we never talked after this. When I made my story public, he live streamed and he put my LinkedIn, my Facebook. He suddenly changed my name on WhatsApp, so you can see my whole name again. He showed a picture of my ex-boyfriend, and he also sent a harassment email to my workplace.
To whom it may concern, this correspondence is submitted on behalf of affected parties represented by Ab and Preach Entertainment Incorporated. We are writing to formally notify blank that police reports have been initiated with Swiss authorities against your employee blank regarding the non-consensual sharing of intimate images and video. In offense, under 197 of the Swiss Criminal Code. Mrs. Blank has publicly admitted during a YouTube live stream to sharing intimate videos of one of the affected parties without consent and displayed a still image from that material during the broadcast. She's also documented as actively participating in a blackmail campaign, evidence of which is publicly available on YouTube. Timestamp link to the relevant live stream evidence. All available legal remedies are being pursued in Switzerland, including civil damages. We're notifying your organization as a matter of courtesy, as they want to get her fired, as this conduct is occurring publicly and reflects directly on the standards associated with your firm. Sincerely, Abba and Preach. So it sounds like he's actually accusing her as well, but this is definitely an email like intended to get her fired.
He also sent a copyright claim for my live stream. The one I felt the worst.
Okay, if she actually shared intimate images of him in that live stream without his consent, he has every right to privacy strike that, right? I just don't know if that's what happened here.
Worst about was my ex. He just ended up in front of thousands of people despite never asking to be in any of this.
Say my full name and I'll donate $500. Oh my god, really?
So he just said that I had cheated on him, and my ex, I had to talk to him now, and he showed me support. So this was just really confusing. But it's what he has to do, right? So with Libby, he had kind of taken her sexual fetish and invited people to send her hate over this, even though I'm pretty sure he was the one that likes to get milked.
Open-minded.
You had a prostate orgasm?
Yeah. And then, she behind and she like a cow. She milking that and she doing her thing.
What is she?
By far.
He likes to what?
I'm in a doggy style.
Right. Not judging, but just a little bit. So after Libby and I, a third girl came out, and she had basically gotten pregnant just around the time we were posting.
He knocked 3 women up, and none of them intended to have kids?
showed her no support when she had a miscarriage.
Put on a fucking condom. Okay, the third woman might have intended to have kids. I don't know. Seems like the first two didn't. I actually don't know about the third. But if she didn't, why are you not wearing a fucking condom at this point? Holy shit. Get your fucking like tubes tied or sorry. Get sterilized.
He didn't pay for her ER bills or tried to see her. He did send her some nice texts or tried to see her.
I hope you need to see... I figure you need to see the tests. First pick multiple from this morning, second pick from last night.
He did send...
Could have been on your last day of follicular stage, maybe. So I was right. General information, for sure. Then my fertile ass ovulated right as I was getting bent, because you got that fertile poom, which I believe is Jamaican slang for vagina.
Her some nice texts, but what does that give her? Nothing. He also encouraged her over text to send vile messages to Libby. When she ultimately decided to support us, he had a full breakdown over text.
So I want to respect your wishes. Stop sending the messages. I don't want to keep stressing you.
Why is she doing this, do you think?
I'm not entirely sure because we never spoke about it. But from what I gather, it sounds like because I was talking to other women while we were not exclusive, that's what made her upset. Thing is, yeah, we are exclusive, and I'm not.
Oh my! Are you serious? I love when somebody's like proven to be lying, and they present an order. They present the lie where it's like, I didn't go to that store. And then the clip right after is, yeah, so I went to that store, like where it's like so obvious.
Other people, I'm not talking to anyone else, and I don't want to. Like I said to you before.
Tyrone, I haven't seen you donate. You broke boy or what? So true. I agree with this sentiment from Denal. Donate or you're broke.
I generally am somebody who's kind of singular in that regards, so that's pretty normal to me.
17th, phone call, the FaceTime.
What time was that?
3:34 p.m. and it was 1 hour and 24 minutes.
You were there, Stephanie?
I was at the hairdresser's, probably.
Also, Denal, you have to donate in Polish dollars, despite obviously being Italian, according to you, because you're broke.
After Libby and I came out and Kiki, we received a particularly shocking message.
Someone found out about your video calling Abba out. I'm sorry this happened to you and sad to find out he's continued acting so irresponsible. I was hooking up with him during blank. I stopped seeing him after he got me Is this a fourth? There's a term for this. They're called reproductive abusers. There's a real term for this. If he is lying to women to get in bed and impregnate them, this is a real thing. There are some dudes that literally just get off on impregnating women. I'm not even kidding. Yo, these are cryptid with the 2. AG4L stream. Tiff, thank you so much. How many women is he how many kids does he have?
I have to give it to Abba because historically, when you come out public with a story about him, what will happen is that he will put your name.
I went gradually. One day he just came inside of me. Again, I froze. I told him I wasn't on the pill and I went to buy a pill. I was dumb enough to keep going back until the day I got pregnant.
And your location and your workplace, and then you will get fucking harassed.
Always come up with an excuse. It slipped, it broke, whatever. Is it difficult to prove stealthing in a court of law?
There certainly may be some obstacles, but I actually don't think it's going to be that different than, let's say...
I mean, typically, yeah, because you're not typically filming sex acts. So if somebody slips a condom off, I mean, you would prove that, like if you have messages saying you don't want to get pregnant, and then it turns out that you got impregnated, right? But in a case like this, I don't think you could have more proof for an act of stealthing or something stealthing adjacent than she has for this. I mean, she literally has him admitting to, or seemingly not contesting, the fact that he told her he has a medical condition that makes him infertile, which is contradicted by the fact that he's impregnated this many women.
Sexual assault case where there was no one else in the room besides the 2 people, and a jury has to decide whether there was consent. And one thing that, I will say that I am excited about with this California law is that it makes stealthing a civil offense, not a criminal offense. And a benefit to survivors from that is that they don't have to prove that this happened beyond a reasonable doubt. which is what's required for a criminal conviction. I think
I choose to believe her because there is no reason not to. And I don't blame her.
Yo, thank you so much, Let It Go New Zealand, for the $16.99 AG4L. Much fucking appreciated. Super generous. Thank you.
Her for not wanting to have her life ruined after this. So, I mean, my life is fine. Also, I just don't give a fuck. But, like, one of the girls, like, moved town because she felt unsafe after what happened. So,
okay, that might...
we also have a girl from January that just simply stated...
In London? Nobody gets a break in that place, man. Nobody gets a break there.
It wasn't a good experience. What bugs me about this whole online thing is that I mean, I'm not looking for clout or something. Even if I wanted to, I don't
There's something in the fucking water in that place, okay?
think Abortion Girl is really a place of strength to come from. So, it's fine. I'm a bit disappointed also with the commentary that's been going on. I was being called baby mama and the thumbnails were horrible. I think the shame should have been more on him and not on us. I think I was naive and I was definitely stupid. But
many times they will call the woman a whore, but not the guy that's been knocking 20 of them up, right?
I think the shame should be all on him. The shame is on him and it is on Preach too, because he has seen me in real life. We had small talk in December 2022. I said hi to him and he said hi to me. We talked about Colombia and he told me how good my English was. And it's not like he owes me anything. And Bradley, his former roommate, you're a bitch too.
Yeah, I told someone how good their English was once too, and then I found out they only speak one language.
You saw me sleep at this guy's place. I got a gift for your daughter. I happily walked into that place and it was probably like a whorehouse. It was just my turn.
How can you not? No, Tyrone did give me $1. He just sent it directly to my PayPal. He didn't put it through Super Chats. It wasn't even just $1. There were 100 of them.
You know how badly he treats women and how many of them, and you hadn't had the guts to like even look at me for a millisecond to give me a warning, and nor have you said anything now. You all happily hang with this guy because Preach just pays your bills and you have no backbone or charisma, and Bradley, you could rent his apartment, and none of this is surprising because so many guys are like this. I know men even in my own family that I consider deadbeats, and I look them in the face and I smile and I'm cordial, but deep down I know they treat women like shit and they abandon their principles the second they see a beautiful woman in front of them. And this is what I am. I find myself beautiful and young and accomplished in my job and in my sport.
We love confidence.
I try to look out for the people around me. If this takes off some of the dick I can get in the future, fine, you know. I really only regret going on the Donovan Sharp podcast because I was suddenly excusing myself
what
for
is this thumbnail?
doing poor things, even though doing poor things can be fun.
W thumbnail? No, it's not a W thumbnail.
Then my place in the dating market was questioned.
That is not a W thumbnail.
Donovan Sharp looks like a washed up piece of shit with his headband. He is divorced.
True.
He's probably been through rounds and rounds of testosterone, and
damn!
He's still fat, and he also is dating a single mother. So not really the prize we're after, is he?
You still have a chance. She's not my. Listen, not my thing.
Everyone in the red pill wanted the ABBA story to be told, just to say that they shouldn't be with crazy women. So
every woman who I've been in a relationship with that I've wronged is crazy.
You don't see any merit of your...
She doesn't sound crazy here at all. I don't know what she's done outside of this, but she seems to have evidence for what she's saying. She seems to be totally rational and coherent. She has a right to be emotional, but she doesn't even sound emotional.
Potential daughters, sisters, aunts. It doesn't even have to be a family member. It just can be...
She's not ugly. Just not... Like, it's just not my... You know, you could find something not ugly and not be into it like that, right?
Empathetic and recognize that this is something worth mentioning. Because he will go around and try to fuck other women in the future. And I'm not letting that happen.
Okay, so be into every woman that's ever existed or you're gay. Those are your two options.
if they, you know, take a minute to Google this person. So, to put it plainly, I think I'm incredible. I have so many achievements in my life. And my self-confidence comes from making decisions time and time again and proving myself that I do have values and I do have rules for myself. And this is sometimes really hard. Yet Abba has complimented me the most over time on how I am at being accountable and being a stand-up person, even though the only times he mentioned that was when I was making myself unnecessarily small. This is what he values women for, which is like not a lot. So I don't want this manipulative piece of shit close to any woman. It was a waste of my heart and it was a waste of his too. Abba, get a fucking Vyvanse or this ADHD medication you're on. You were weird before, but you're even bigger weirdo now.
I feel like we're talking.
You're a deadbeat, a high school dropout. You're on a sexual predator list. You don't wash your face. You don't wash your clothes. And now in my eyes, you're also an R word. Also, I demand a public answer.
He's on a sexual predator list. Where? What? Jewels suck. I miss using a pile of poop with a face. True, and thank you, Patrick, for the $2.
Any chats without ever editing them or cutting them. You have never once provided medical proof of this kidney thing.
And that would be the only thing you would have to do to debunk this. It just has to prove a doctor told him he was infertile, right?
Personally, I would like to read that report and maybe
doesn't exist.
Preach us too the day he learns the alphabet.
Yeah, if a doctor told you had this condition, you'd almost certainly have record of it, and this would be so easy to dispel that if he doesn't, I am inclined to believe more so than what it is. I believe her. I do believe her. I think this was a good video and how she handled talking about this. And I think that this is sexual assault. If what happened is true, I think that stealthing is sexual assault, and I think that this is basically stealthing, right? So I think that, you know, if this really did happen, which it seems like it did, huge L for that guy, right? I mean, that's kind of putting it lightly. But with that being said, guys, thank you for watching the stream. As always, I'm going to head out and go get something to eat. But I appreciate everyone's support recently, even though the drought has been hard. The insane content drought. We don't know when it's going to end, right? And with that being said, go enjoy Queeman. I'll see everybody here probably tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Wait, fuck, my mouse is dead. Fuck, turn it back on. All right, bye, guys.